Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. We're going to start this morning off with a briefing from Maine Housing. I'm going to ask members to quickly go across the horseshoe and introduce themselves.
Arthur Mingo. I represent District 9, Eastern Washington County.
Good morning, I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
Good morning, I'm Representative Cheryl Golick, and I represent House District 99, which is all of Harpswell and part of Brunswick.
Representative
Good morning. I'm Representative John Eater. I represent District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Like too cold to talk. Hi there. I'm Cassie Julia. I represent House District 65, which is part of Waterville.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is all of Kennebunkport and coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, and I am the House Chair of the committee.
And I'm Senator Chip Curry, represent the 26 rural coastal and island communities of Waldo County. And with that, we'll ask our representatives from Maine Housing to come forward and thank them. Well, that's big past that. I'm going to grab the report from yesterday. Thank you very much and welcome back.
You're very welcome. My name is Eric Jorgensen, as I think most of you know at this point. It's really a pleasure to be here, though. I'm really glad you invited us down here to talk about an update from Maine Housing and what we're doing. I thought we could answer any questions you have about any of our operations and particularly our financial and banking operations. So I'm really happy to have with me my colleague, Adam Cray, who you've all met before. I think he's been before you as well. But I haven't really ever had a chance to talk to you a little bit about what Adam does and where he comes from, because I think it's a worthwhile thing for you to know. Adam served for many years, almost a decade, as our deputy state treasurer back in the 90s. He also then went to Maine Housing to become deputy director of our agency. And then he left after about 8 or 10 years he left to go to work in the private sector on municipal bonding and doing municipal bond work in Rhode Island. And then we were really lucky when Adam came back about 3 years ago or 4 years ago to rejoin Maine Housing as the senior director of finance and lending. And I think in that role, it's what he does is oversees all of our banking operations, and he oversees the development department, the asset management department, finance department, and our bonding operations, our treasury. So he is the guy who this is your opportunity to find out more about the type of work we do in a more detailed way, because I don't work in that stuff every day, but he does. So we're really lucky to have him at Maine Housing, and we're really lucky to have him with us today. So I think with that, I think I'm just going to turn over to you just to sort of set up what we're up to.
Sure.
That'd be great.
Sure. Good morning. As Eric said, I'm Adam Cray. I'm the Senior Director of Finance and Lending. And the last 30 years of my life don't sound all that exciting when Eric goes through them. But actually, I do love finance. I'm one of those rare people that actually truly, really does love this stuff. So it's been exciting to me.
I think it's exciting.
So this morning, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on multifamily development, because you all, along with the rest of your colleagues in the legislature and the governor, have provided us with so much funding over the last few years, and we have been able to do so much, and we want to share that with you. So we're going to start talking a little bit about what's in production, what we've been financing lately. And then we're going to talk a little bit about our internal processes, how we finance these and some improvements that we're making. And along the way or after, whatever you're most comfortable with, obviously, we want to take any questions and talk about anything else that you are interested in as well. But first, the packet that a very short packet that you were just provided with. If we look on page 1, I just wanted to start with, these are all of the new construction projects that we funded in 2025. So all of these projects went through some sort of competitive process and were awarded funding. As you can see, so these are organized by program. And what's provided is the name of the project, the location, the number of units, and whether it serves family or elderly. And then also what type of project it is. NC is new construction. And then as you can see, there are also some rehabs and adaptive reuses in there. But the vast majority are new construction or adaptive reuse, which means they're brand new housing units coming online. It's not rehabbing an existing unit. It's truly a new home that did not exist. These 899 units that are listed, again, these were awarded funding in 2025. So these 899 units went into the pipeline at Maine Housing. That pipeline was already about 3,000 units. And that's anywhere from in underwriting to just getting ready to finish construction. So our pipeline is the entire life cycle of a project. These are obviously now the babies in that life cycle since they were just awarded funding. Some of these, like on the bottom left, the Affordable Home Ownership Program, some of those projects are done within a year. They're single-family homes, and they'll start coming online pretty quickly. Others, like the ones on the right side of the page, which are low-income housing tax credit projects, some of those are 200-unit rental properties, and those obviously take much longer. It might be 2 years or even a little longer before it goes through the design process with the architects, moves into engineering, and then gets under construction, and then finally comes online. So when these will come online will be spread out from the next probably 12 to 36 months. The last thing I'll say about this page is that this represents, just in thinking about it, 899 units. That's probably $240 to $250 million of construction in total. And in a minute, we'll talk about what those sources are. That's everything from tax credits to debt to the subsidy that you provide us. So that's all different sources. But in total, I'd estimate between $240 and $250 million of construction just that was awarded in 2025. Oh, yeah, of course.
Just a clarifying question. So regarding the definition, your definition of rehab, does that mean that those properties are existing housing units, or is that could that also be rehab of adaptive reuse of some other building that had a different purpose?
Rehab is existing housing units.
Okay, and one more clarifying.
Of course.
Home for Good is Maine's name for our Housing First program.
Correct.
And by definition, those are projects that are a collaboration between a municipality, a housing developer / manager, and a services provider, so that those wraparound services are present in those properties from the get-go, from the planning stage.
Yes, 100%. That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on what was funded in 25?
Yeah, it might be worth just talking quickly about Home for Good in the sense that that's the only program we have that is not sort of open to developers coming in and just saying we want to do something. This is more where this is this partnership we have with DHHS, which has been super productive, I think, but it's been a very, very interesting project to try to work with them on their handling all the services for those projects, and we're doing the construction part, and it's all being funded in part by some legislation that was put in through the former housing committee 3 years ago now, I guess, that provides ongoing funding that's first going to be used for construction of these buildings, and then after that it's going to transform into support for continuing the services in those buildings and making sure that's a permanent thing. So
Yes.
There are times when I've spoken with you and you've presented to us and said, remember, we're a bank, with a mission, something to that extent. If you want to clarify that for me, that's fine. What I said is with the Housing First, you were being asked to stretch beyond that, and you did that through partnership with DHHS. Is that a
We're
fair
not a social
assessment?
service organization.
Right.
That's the most important. And we don't know about clinical stuff and that sort of thing. We don't try to do that. So
Uh,
that's why that partnership's been really important. But the way you think about Maine Housing, I would say we are the state's quasi-governmental affordable housing bank. That's our biggest role, and that's mostly what we do. But we also serve as a federal program administrator through things like Section 8. You've heard of that. We did a report for you last year on that. And then we also serve as a public housing authority for the parts of the state that don't have their own public housing authorities.
I just had one more thing. Were you planning on going off this page?
Yeah, I'll move
I
on.
just
when
wanted
you're
to
done.
ask,
Yeah.
and I noticed that, all but one project that was funded this year was elderly, and only two, I'm sorry, I'm seeing two. So then 19% and 14%, LIHTC were in the LIHTC programs were all but two were elderly. Is that meeting the mix of the need right now? Are you finding that elderly housing is the most? I'm hearing about issues around a broader range of folks also kind of being
Yeah.
challenged with the housing.
Yeah, so in the document that folks have to apply to, we don't weight more points toward family or elderly, so we know there's need for all. So we don't direct or incent anyone to go one way or the other. It is true that in 2025, more of the projects that were successful for one reason or another were serving elderly than family. That's the way it shook out in 2025. It doesn't shake out that way all the time. In 2025, if you look at between all the programs, obviously you'll notice on the left side of the page, there is a lot more family. In other years, that may flip-flop. So it is just the way it worked out, Senator Curry. We don't try to push people one way or the other. Of
Thanks.
course.
Representative Julia.
Just curious, I don't know if I missed it, but do you have a breakdown of the 240 million? You said some were loans, some were grants. Do you have a breakdown of that?
We can provide it in general. The actual breakdown by project will happen when it's underwritten. And I'll talk a little bit about underwriting in a minute, but we'd be happy to follow up with by program what the general percentage is, because there is sort of a rule of thumb by program, and that's an easy follow-up for us to get you.
Awesome.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't want to take you too far off your planned presentation, but we have lots of wonderful questions. So Representative Chair Gear, and then.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure that from your previous question, Chair Curry, that we were very clear for those listening at home and for those who haven't spent a lot of time looking at Maine Housing's operations. Just want to make sure that when you say you are also serve as a housing authority, you do not own property and you do not manage property as do our local housing authorities that are chartered by their municipalities. And I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on that. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do not own any properties or manage any properties. We purely finance.
Excellent. And Representative Mingo.
Thank you, Senator. I just follow off the Senator's last question, and we mentioned the elderly, but I noticed on location, this whole sheet, it's pretty much in southern Maine. Has there been other areas in the state that have tried to apply for some of these projects, or just the lack of interest in this?
I will say in 2025, a project came in online in Presque Isle, in Holton. So certainly there are less projects in the county, in Washington County, Waldo County. There are less projects apply, but 2025 just happens to not have some. This is less than like you would have seen in last year's report, for example. But I would say between the affordable home ownership program, certainly the rural program, programs that have debt, when there are applications, they are often successful. The federal programs, Representative Mingo, the federal programs that require investors, by the nature of the way the federal government set up that public-private partnership, It is, in all honesty, harder for extremely rural places to find an investor or to build enough units to scale, which is the reason why we created the rural program, so that there was an alternative for more rural communities. Because prior to the state creating that, the federal government really had no housing programs that could serve our rural areas. So that was one of the main drivers of us creating that program that doesn't use the federal resources at all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Gear?
And just again, a clarifying note on that, because that's, Mr. Cray, that's a really good point. And the point at which those projects scale is typically somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 to 40 units, correct? So that's why when you're thinking about a smaller, more rural community, that number of units is often not the scale of the project that they're really looking to do. And then the numbers don't work and the projects wouldn't pencil anyway. So.
Correct.
Is as I understand it, just check my, part of the reason the projects don't pencil is because the AMI of the area is lower. And so if the project must be 60% area median income, well, 60% of a lower AMI is going to be a rent that they can't absorb, or that won't allow the project to fund. Is that, so it's easier to build? Is it true? I guess I'll put it, it's, you know, in areas that are wealthier, it's easier to build affordable housing because the projects are more likely to pencil, because the 60% of AMI is a higher number.
That is certainly one of the factors. Yeah, the higher rent, you know, pays a larger mortgage and allows you to actually build the project. So that is definitely one of the reasons. The other reason with the federal program is the tax credits are purchased by outside investors, not Mainers. And they've heard of Portland, they've heard of Bangor, Waterville. We've done tax credit projects. We have done a tax credit project in Holton. It is possible. It's just very hard for developers to attract private investment in really rural areas, especially since private investment, as Representative Geer said, usually looking for 30 units or more, just enough scale to make it worth all the due diligence.
Okay.
So it's sort of a combination of those two things.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll let you, please continue.
Okay, no, please, this is good. No, I'm happy. Whatever you want, we're good. All right, on page 2, this is our projected activity for this current year, for 2026, calendar year 2026. We project to fund 9 projects, so bring 9 projects into the pipeline. You'll notice that that's quite a bit less than last year. Last year, obviously, we're still working off your 2 years of $100 million that was provided to Maine Housing in soft money or subsidy. So that, you know, helped make for a banner year last year. I know that this session, you are considering a lot of different things in the housing arena. This is talking about just what we currently have. You know, there is the expectation that should we be the beneficiary of any further funds, that we would jump on it and immediately increase these numbers. But for now, based on what we have, these 9 projects in 2026, we expect to fund 300 to 335 new units to enter into the pipeline. Those 9 projects will come from 3 programs that have funding. One is the Home for Good, which is, as Chair Geer said, that is the joint partnership with DHHS to do permanent housing and 24/7 services for folks experiencing chronic homelessness. So that program, actually, the RFQ was due last week, and in 2 weeks, there is the first committee meeting to start making selections, because we would like to select and start work on 3 new projects. Those are usually 30 units, so there's 90 units right there on those 3 projects.
Can I just say one thing on that? You know, the Home for Good program had its first round of funding, was it last year?
Yep.
And so this is the second round of funding, and there probably will be a third one after this next year, probably,
Yep,
right? So
exactly.
these are a little different than other kinds of, as we've said, a little different than other kinds of projects we do.
We also received funding from HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, that should allow us to do 2 substance abuse recovery housing properties. And then finally, we expect to do 6 additional low-income housing tax credit, the 9% low-income housing tax credit. And then because of the state tax credit, the state low-income housing tax credit, we are able to usually do at least 2 more projects. We combine the state low-income housing tax credit with 4% tax credits, and therefore it acts like a 9%. I know that's a lot of numbers. A 9% low-income housing tax credit project, rule of thumb is that provides 60% of the cost of the project in equity. So that's equity coming in by virtue of the federal tax credit to cover about 60% of the cost of every unit. So that's a really good program. The 4% credit only provides about 30% of the equity. So there has to be more debt and more subsidy. But with the state credit that you all passed a number of years ago, about 6 years ago, we can put the 4% and the state together and it'll walk and talk like a 9%, have the wonderful economics of a 9%. And that, because of that state credit, we can basically do 2 more projects with those good economics. So instead of just doing 4 or 5, we'll be able to do 6, maybe 7. In 2025, we actually eked out 8 projects just under this one program. So it is hugely, hugely helpful.
And can I just add on that? This is something that's coming up in the tax committee this year. There is a bill out to extend the state LIHTC program, state low-income housing tax credit. And that program is set to sunset in a couple of years from now. It's $10 million a year, I believe. And that is going to be ending. So there's a bill in the legislature now that will unfortunately not be at your committee because it's, tax committee. And they will be looking at trying to maybe extend that program on a more permanent basis, which would be hugely valuable. Because in some states, it's not connected this way, but in our state, we always connect the state low-income housing tax credit with the federal one. And that really allows a lot of leverage because the 9% program that Adam alluded to is really the gold standard. That's the credit that everyone tries to get because it provides such a benefit. But it's given to us in a very limited quantity. So that's how that works. Great.
And then the bottom bullet on page 2 really reflects what you see on page 3. We project that in 2026, this year, for the first time ever, we're going to bring on 1,000 units, actually about 1,100. So 1,100 new homes will be available to folks in 2026. When I was at Maine Housing the first time, our standard every year was about 250 units. We've grown to about 800, and our hope for this year is about 1,100 new units will come online, will be completed. Construction will be completed. They'll get their certificate of occupancy, and they'll open. On page 3, that is the projection of those units.
Chair here.
And just again, I just want to make sure that everyone listening is understanding this. And the reason why that's so powerful is not only that those units have been created with affordability, that affordability through the financing arrangements that Maine Housing does is guaranteed in rental units for 40 to 45 years, correct? And for affordable home ownership units for somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 years, correct? So that's where we're making these investments, not only to create these affordable units, but also to preserve that affordability into the longer term.
It's also, I think, worth saying that with those 40 to 45 year restrictions on affordability, if a project comes back to us for a new furnace or a new roof or something, and they take more financing down the road, then we can push those affordability limits out. And that's become a very important strategy. We have had in the past longer affordability requirements, but those become very difficult for towns to accept because they don't necessarily want a building that's limited for 90 years in one, that's guaranteed. It ties their hands somewhat from a zoning and a municipal perspective. So I think that this is a good system, but it's really important to know that we've never lost a low-income housing tax credit property to affordability. It's never gone out of affordability in anything we've built in that program.
I would just to add to that point, I will say we are very, very fortunate. Folks that construct affordable housing here in Maine do it for the affordable housing. They don't do it with an eye to the future and being able to flip it to market. So it is incredibly, incredibly rare. My guess is you could count on one hand how many properties have been financed by Maine Housing that have left the affordable housing world. We currently are doing rehab on or financing rehab on Section 8 projects that were built in the 70s. They have been serving families our neighbors since the 70s. So that's got to be a few generations of families living there, and they're being rehabbed so that they will be there and be good housing for another 30 years. So it is wonderful that these don't come and go. They really come and stay.
And just a clarifying as well, based on your experience in finance more generally, Mr. Cray, this would not happen through the private sector or through any other mechanisms. There are no ways to finance these kinds of properties and this housing that are present in the market today, correct?
That is correct. And it comes back to Senator Curry's point that the rents are not high enough to support a mortgage. And if you can't get low-income housing tax credits to bring equity in, or the soft money that you provide us through your appropriations, it's just not economically feasible.
I want to follow up, the 300 to 335 units that you're projected to fund this year, barring any changes to that we heard about. I work in higher education. If your freshman class is much smaller, your graduating class eventually is much smaller. So what's the projection for 2027 or 2028 in terms of actual units coming online?
Yeah, I would say that 2028 and 2029, if that number doesn't grow, will be down. I would probably be 2 and 3 years from now, because one of those three programs is the big 9% program, and those are the ones that can take 2 to 3 years rather than 1 to 2 years. So yes, units coming online in 2 and 3 years from now will be less if we don't pump more in this year.
Are you thinking 400 units rather than 1,000? Are you thinking 500 units?
I would say, not being able to give an exact number, because we have over 3,000 units in the pipeline, it will drop by maybe a couple hundred, but it won't completely tank just because there's so many moving parts in the pipeline right now.
Okay, thank you.
And that's sort of the last thing I would say, although I'm happy to answer any more questions about the list on page 3. Because all of these are under construction, the only thing I can guarantee you is some of them are going to slide, fall out, some will be finished early. So really the only positive thing, or the only thing I can guarantee on page 3, is some of it's going to change, but probably not enough to drastically, materially reduce those numbers.
And these are the 1136 that you expect with that
Open to
caveat
new families and individuals
that
this
they're
year.
building right now.
Yep.
Great.
Next, for just a couple minutes, I thought I'd talk a little bit about our process, and then we can go over some of the improvements and changes we've made on page 4. In general, as I said, as a bank, folks can walk in and ask for debt. They can apply for a loan. There are certain properties, like the Section 8 properties that were built in the 70s and early 80s, where the rents from HUD in a Section 8 property, and these aren't vouchers that people walk around in, these are the traditional properties where there's a contract that pays the rent on the units in the building. So unit-based Section 8, the original sort of Section 8, those properties have enough rent in Portland, in Lewiston, that they can support themselves on purely a mortgage. So we do often have those types of properties just walk into the bank and apply. They don't have to go through a competition if they're not asking for subsidy or that very scarce resource that you all appropriate to us. So we have people walk in to get debt. The vast majority of what we do needs a complete financing package that includes low-income housing tax credits, that includes some soft money that's either appropriated by the state or money that's generated by Maine Housing, the bank. The money we make, we plow back into our programs. Those scarce resources obviously are only provided through competitive programs. The brief version of the process that happens at Maine Housing, when projects are successful in a program and they enter our pipeline, we underwrite the project like any bank would. And the only thing, although it's a big thing, that's different about what Maine Housing does as compared to your traditional commercial bank is we're really melding 3 basic sources of funds. One is tax credits, And the tax credits will generate a certain amount of equity. So we always start with that because the equity is sort of the gold standard. That's the money that doesn't need to be paid back. So the equity is figured out for every project. Then we determine how much debt the rents can support. And that is the amount of debt that is provided to the project. Whatever that gap is what would be filled with soft money. And there's a limit and there are guidelines and rules. So it's not, we'll fill any gap with soft money. The developers all do their underwriting, and when they apply, they ask for a certain amount of soft money. That's the maximum they can ever get. You can't ask for $12 and get $20. You know, that doesn't work. The maximum you can ever get is what you apply for, and you apply under the standards that we have. But that's basically how we look at every project. We, of course, put in as much equity as we can. Then we figure out how much debt is supportable by the rents. And then the difference within the parameters of the program is that soft money. And those three sources are put together, and that's what funds the capital side of a project. Now, the soft money might come from other places too. During the last few years, developers sometimes got ARPA from the municipality or the county. They'd bring that in. So the soft money doesn't always come from Maine Housing or the state. A lot of developers are able to come. Maybe they have a brownfields grant from the municipality. There's all sorts of places that developers, they might come with land that they didn't have to pay for. There's all sorts of ways that we've seen municipalities or others really step up and help these developments. So first we go through underwriting. When a project is underwritten, it goes to loan committee, just like a commercial bank would. And it's, you know, the project is tested out and reviewed by the financial minds at Maine Housing. Once a project enters construction, depending upon the program, there are different levels of construction oversight. The tax credit programs, the low-income housing tax credit programs that have federal sources in them, those programs have oversight by construction services. And that's one of the things that we'll talk about that we're constantly looking at and making some changes right now. But construction services is a very important part of the oversight, both of the design and then overseeing the actual construction. The Rural Affordable Rental Housing Program, which has no federal sources in it, it's purely a creation of Maine Housing using state resources, is much, much simpler. It's simpler in the underwriting, it's simpler in the rules, and it's simpler in the construction oversight. Maine Housing does look at drawings. Maine Housing does do a little bit of oversight at the beginning. But the end is that the construction must be accepted by the code enforcement officer of the municipality. Maine Housing is not going to be there every step of the way like we are with tax credit projects. And then we have the Affordable Home Ownership Program, which finances subdivisions and condos, homes for sale. On that, we have no construction oversight. We provide the resources, and the single family or the condo developer does just what they do if they didn't have Maine Housing resources. They have to follow MUBEC, you know, they have to follow the state codes and work with the code enforcement officer of the municipality. So in general, those are the three different types of construction oversight. Eric mentioned that with Home for Good, because it is for a very specific population, which is those experiencing chronic homelessness, and because it's a state program where state dollars are providing the services, we do actually say where those properties can be built. And it's based on where the need is for folks experiencing chronic homelessness. That program is very different than all other programs at Maine Housing. All other programs, as we've talked about at Maine Housing, the developer brings Maine Housing a proposal for financing. It has to be supported by a market study. We certainly don't want to finance a property that builds units where they're not needed. So it has to be backed up by a market study. And of course, you know, we do appraisals and everything that every other bank would do. But for the most part, as an entity that finances, we don't have, you know, we don't have say in the other details, and we don't direct people in what to develop. I guess the last thing I'd say in process before we talk about some changes we're making, during calendar year 2025, I went on what I called my listening tour, and I went out and took out for coffee or a snack. I met with a bunch of people in the industry. I met with people, I met with developers. I met with contractors that are the ones that developers hire to build main housing projects. I met with attorneys that represent developers. I met with consultants that work with developers. I just did one-on-ones. I went around the state. I met them wherever they were, had a lot of coffee, and learned a lot. I learned how, just a little bit more. One-on-one is fascinating because for me anyway, I can really focus and see how they're viewing the world, how they're viewing what we do, how they make the decisions they make, whether they be a contractor or a developer. And I also took a lot of notes on the things that we were doing well, that they appreciated, and the things where they thought we were not as helpful as we could be. After doing that, we had a lot of internal meetings, and we outlined a plan to make some changes. And there's a couple of big ones that have already been implemented, and then there are a couple that are in the works. And I just wanted to review those with you as my sort of last piece here. So one of the issues was speed. And part of that was having a pipeline go from 12 to 15 projects to where we are now, where we have 104 projects somewhere between underwriting and construction at one time. So part of it was that, but that's what we need to adapt to. The single biggest complaint from developers were when they're awarded a project, it could take a couple of months before they knew who the ultimate loan officer and construction analyst was, and to actually get the notice to proceed, which is the formal document that they use for a number of purposes. So we had a lot of discussions about how to change that without taking away anything that a developer needs. And I'm pleased to say that we implemented a new process this fall with the awards in November of the 9% LIHTC projects. We made the awards, we assigned the construction analyst and the loan officer, and we did the new notice to proceed, which is called the notice of award. We got all of those done before they even got their awards last year. So in a shorter period of time. So in 2024, they received their awards a week after Thanksgiving. In 2025, before Thanksgiving, they got their awards, they got their staff assignments, and they got that notice to award. They got all of that before they even got awarded in the prior year. So that was hugely helpful. And that was done after we created that process. We went back and had a meeting with a number of them, including the executive board of MACH, the Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, and said, this is what we're thinking. Can we walk through it? Because we want to make sure there's not an unintended consequence for you. So it was very much a joint partnership, very much needed and appreciated the work that the developers and all of their folks, from the contractors to their attorneys, were willing to put in the time to talk with us and work with us on that. So that's one of the big things that we've already implemented, and it worked out very, very well, because speed, not holding people up, letting them start their projects is hugely important. The second big undertaking is what's happening right now, and that is I would say almost everybody said that there was huge value in our construction services team in helping them, their design, and their engineering teams. And what Maine Housing really needs to remember is that our construction services is a value add. And we can, and this happened during COVID, we sort of had to let our cost caps go because construction costs, both labor and materials, were going up so fast we couldn't keep up. So putting a limit, the next day costs went up and it just wasn't working. So we had to just use a test of reasonableness during COVID. And that put a lot of pressure on staff because it was up to them basically to decide if this was reasonable or not. And that's just the way it was during about 18 months in the middle of COVID. But it put a lot of pressure on people, and really, the long and the short of it, at the end of the day, it sort of was unfair. And what we're doing now is we're unwinding that, because we're back to having all of our policies. There are total development cost caps for units. There are caps on the amount of subsidy we will put in. We make those caps because we say this is what's reasonable in this program to build a unit. If we think it's reasonable, there's no reason for us to nickel and dime people, because if you're within what we say is reasonable, it's reasonable. So really what we're doing now is we're unwinding some of the pressure and some of the added layers we put on during COVID that, in all honesty, just stayed and shouldn't have. So that's really what's happening in the construction services world right now, is we have these guardrails to make sure these projects are reasonable. Therefore, construction services, your jobs are really to go back to what you were really good at all along, which is value add. Help folks when they want to know, how have other people dealt with this issue? You know, how can I do this better? And not so much looking at the cost of every faucet, every ceiling tile. You know, the world is, in the construction world, costs have stopped escalating at such a ridiculous pace. So we're a little bit more back in a cost world to the way we were pre-COVID. Costs are much, much higher, but you know, the rate of change is a little bit more like it was before COVID. So that's the big thing we're undertaking now. We're going back to being a value add and not so much looking at every single detail, because that's just a little overwhelming and not something we need to do. Because efficiency, letting people do their jobs and do it well, and by that I mean the developers and the contractors and the design professionals, and being there to support them and to make sure, we obviously want to make sure we're getting a quality product, because we're really happy that projects that we built in 1972 are still serving families, and we want these to last. But again, the professionals know what they're doing, and our oversight should just be a little bit more less, or a little bit less detailed than it was. So that's the big undertaking for right now. And again, that's being done in concert with our development partners. Maybe I'll stop there, but if there are other areas or other things, I obviously forgot something.
I was just going to say, the one thing I would say maybe to add in also is talking about the technical services we provide in terms of like for the smaller projects for like LIHTC or for rural and with John Egan. I think that's an important element too of what we can provide as an entity.
Sure. So 4 years ago, we did an RFP for a technical assistance. Maine Housing just doesn't have the capacity to help developers along the way. We just don't have the staff capacity to do that. So we hired the Genesis Fund to be a technical assistance provider. They're under contract to Maine Housing. Maine Housing pays them, and they are available for free to developers that want to start working with Maine Housing. Dealing with especially the federal programs, but even some of the rules around state funding, there's a bit of an art to it. And we wanted to make sure that developers were not, we didn't want to keep having the same 8 people developing with us. We needed to make sure that there were developers felt like it was possible to begin a relationship with Maine Housing. And as soon as folks learned that they could get technical assistance with that and not even have to pay for it, the first 2 rounds of the rural program, more than 50% of the applicants, the successful applicants, had never worked with Maine Housing before. So we do have a lot of new developers working with us. Some of them, like even locally, Matt Morrill has already started doing tax credit projects. So he's jumped in the deep end, the really complicated federal. So these developers are growing their relationships with Maine Housing, and it's been great. So we have continued to extend that contract. We just had to RFP it again because we were out of extensions, but we're going to continue to pay to have technical assistance available to developers to make sure that no one doesn't know how to begin a relationship with us. That is very important. Thank you. It's been wonderful, and we're going to keep it up.
Was that an anticipated benefit for the rural affordable housing project? Were you thinking that this was going to be an on-ramp?
That was the second reason. The first one, in answering Representative Mingo's question, the second one was we needed to have a program that wasn't federally bureaucratic, something a little simpler to start with.
Great.
Exactly.
Thank you. Representative Collmore, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, thank you. My name is Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy. I apologize for being late. I have doctor's appointments on Thursdays.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative? Nope. Okay. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 questions. One is, and I have to say, and I'm looking at Representative Mingo with saying this, I can't tell you how many times I have said to someone, call Genesis Fund and talk to the folks who can really help you figure out what your need is, what your opportunities are, and how to even think through how do you approach a need and a challenge that you face in your community. They have been incredibly helpful to many people at, big, you cited an example of a LIHTC big kind of project for Maine, but then also a lot of smaller projects. And often, sometimes it's an appropriate outcome to have that person or that developer go to Maine Housing. And sometimes they're able to find additional resources locally by really understanding the process with experts at the table. So I just want to, just say that's been fantastic and a great resource. And then my question is with regard to some of the listening tour and some of the changes. When you think about the role of that construction services group, how you mentioned risk assessment or risk reviews to make sure you're assigning the right level of expertise. How do you envision that working differently and better moving forward?
So our thought, what we've been discussing with developers and contractors is sometimes developers have a team of architect, engineer, and contractor that really gels, and they tend to use them on projects over and over again. Assuming that the bids work out, but they have a team that works really well together. A team that has worked on 5 or 6 low-income housing tax credit projects, they probably have the federal ADA requirements down. They probably have all the requirements of the LIHTC program, the construction requirements. They probably know them very well. Therefore, they probably need a lighter touch, a lesser review, and not taking up everyone's time unnecessarily going through every single line. A brand new developer or a developer who's working with an architect that has never worked on a project like this before might need, and in that case, the developer would appreciate their architect getting the help from our folks. So really, when I say risk-based, it's maybe experience-based. Unless there was a bad experience, experience-based makes a little bit more sense. That's what we've been discussing with developers, and that's probably the direction we're going to go because folks in general agree that, you don't need to overanalyze a team that is, this is old hat. It just doesn't make sense. So that's the thought right now, Representative Gear.
And just to follow up on that.
Please.
And that review would happen at what point in the process? Is that something you do after the award, or how does that happen?
So there's a couple different touch points. So there's the initial design, which is reviewed for sort of general requirements. And then the first set of plans doesn't include mechanicals and certain things. So the structural stuff is done next. And then there's the mechanical and sort of all of the systems overlay. And the only reason I note that is because it's not that one set of plans comes in originally with everything on it that can be reviewed. What is important, and I will say this was another thing that's been discussed, what is important is that those reviews happen timely. And once the review is done, we never want to make a change or do anything after the fact that makes anything have to be redone. That has happened in the past, sometime for very good reason, and everyone agrees, okay, the mistake was made, this has to be redone. We now review the finances of these projects at 50% and the final loan committee to give approval. We no longer wait until the project needs approval to bring it through the loan committee, because if something is wrong or if something needs to be changed, it's so late in the process, it's unfair. So we are doing an early look in addition to the final approval, so that if we have comments or need to ask some questions, it's done before things are baked, because unbaking something is impossible and is not a good look for us. It is not helpful. So that's what we're doing, is we're doing an early look and then a later look, because we do not want to have to change something at a later look.
Thank you. One follow-up from that. And I really appreciate that. And I think that is something, as I may have mentioned to folks, a lot of folks who are working in this industry, just because I've been doing this for a while, call me and talk with me about things. And I do think that idea of making sure that once something is baked, it's baked. And making sure that you're not then going back and requiring work, because, and I just want to state this for the record, we're talking about the cost of projects and getting the cost per unit down. Anything that's happening like that later on in the process requires 50 hours of staff time. These are small developers. They've got to take someone off another project and put them on to do that redo work. And it can be really challenging, especially as we're trying to nurture this crop of developers that is stepping up to this challenge. So I really appreciate that. And I would just like to hear an update at some point of how it's going and the feedback that you're hearing from the field and the folks that you work with. So
Yes,
thank
of course.
Yep. Representative Mingo.
No, I was supposed to ask the question, but I just
No,
wanted,
no,
I just wanted,
this is not a public hearing. This is a briefing, so feel free.
I just want to say thank you. This has been very educational for me, being a new guy, understanding a lot of the process. You've answered a lot of the questions for me. There's some of the answers that I can take back my rural area to developers and builders. And I've already got things rolling in my mind that some things may be possible for us in Washington County.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative Mingo. And please, whether it's a constituent or you yourself, either Director Brennan, Eric, me, happy to meet with anybody, talk to anybody, help anybody. So please do follow up with us. We'll be happy to work with you. Thank
I was
you.
gonna say, we love to share our work in our agency. So please do, anytime you want to come by and dive into something, let us know.
That's evident that you love to share your work.
Nobody fell
With
asleep.
that, wrap up here, Chair Gear.
Just one more question. And I do think this is a really, you touched on it, Rep Jorgensen, I was gonna, Mr. Jorgensen, but, Honorable Jorgensen.
Oh, please.
The idea of, again, getting the cost of projects down. We had talked about different sources of money that come in, but also land. And so I'm just curious, and if you have, you can come back, with this response later if you don't have it off, at hand, but how many projects that are being approved have some sort of donation of land or town-owned land or basically taking the land cost out of the project associated with them that helps them to work out? And are you seeing more applications from community land trusts or housing trusts that are coming to the table saying, we've got a parcel, it's under site control or has a very clear path to site control? How do we make sure that we're prioritizing housing and able to get it done?
I will say in each round of the Affordable Home Ownership Program, which is to purchase homes, there has been one or two projects in each round that have been a community land trust. And then on the on the larger multifamily side, I don't have an exact number, but I will say municipalities have really stepped up on the sort of the very high public purpose, the Home for Good projects. A number of communities, Auburn, that was donated land. The York County gave ARPA money, so it wasn't donated land, but York County gave ARPA money so that Sanford Housing Authority could use that money to purchase land for the project. I believe the town of Falmouth is for Skittery Woods, which is an affordable subdivision, either provided the land or a very steep discount. So we're seeing it more and more. We can get you a more exact number, but it is really good that we are seeing it.
Before we wrap up, I'm curious, are there other examples of the soft money that you've seen municipalities be able to come forward? I've seen ETIFs or TIFs.
Yep.
Land, obviously. Are you seeing towns coming up with like the cost of extending sewer and water? What are the types of things that you're seeing? Those who are trying to make this happen at either the nonprofit or the municipal level, what are the ways they're coming up with soft money to help handle that gap?
You really named the two big ones, land and TIFs, especially having that be a specific affordable housing TIF. A lot of communities are doing that, and that is unbelievably helpful because it stretches much further than just $200,000 or X amount up front. But Senator Curry, those land and TIFs are the two big things. Every now and then we see something, but it's usually pretty small, just because it's hard to come up with actual cash. So you hit it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
We took you an extra half hour, so
Thank you.
appreciate it. Get started in just a moment.
We also adjourn.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to open up the work session for LD 2104. My plan for today is just if you're watching or monitoring or you're involved in a bill this morning or scheduled for this afternoon, the plan at this point is to address LD 2104 or to open the work session for 2104. We'll do that in just a moment. Then go to 2156, then go to 2077. I do plan on the committee having an opportunity to take a break for lunch. And then we'll go to, and it may be at 1, it may be a little bit later, go to LD 1643. No earlier than 1 o'clock, but could be later, and we'll give a target when we get to the break, the lunch break. And then LD 1908. That's the plan. Obviously, it changes sometimes, but not trying to keep anything secret. With that, let's open up the work session for LD 2104. I'll ask our analyst to come in. Welcome.
Perfect.
So this is the work session for LD 2104, an act to clarify contractual rights of personal sportsmobile dealers. Bill sponsored with Representative Julia. Moving on to the summary here, and the bill analysis is coming around to you all. This bill modifies provisions of law governing contractual relationships between manufacturers of personal sportsmobiles and personal sportsmobile dealers. As follows, it requires that manufacturers allocate new personal sportsmobiles to dealers in a manner that is fair and equitable for each model of new personal sportsmobile. It provides that it is prima facie evidence that a determination to terminate a contractual relationship with a dealer based on poor sales performance or poor market penetration is not made with good cause when prior to the determination, the manufacturer failed to provide the dealer a fair and adequate supply and mix of new personal sportsmobiles. It clarifies that the sale of a new personal sportsmobiles does not require an existing dealer to enter into a separate agreement with the manufacturer, but the manufacturer may require the dealer to purchase necessary parts, tools, equipment, and promotional materials and participate in necessary trainings. It clarifies what behavior on the part of the manufacturer is considered coercion with respect to a dealer and provides a process by which a dealer may protest against any modifications to the dealer's franchise or contractual agreement made or proposed by the manufacturer through coercion. It adds facilities renovation and market area penetration to the devices that a manufacturer may not use to lower the price of a personal sportsmobile, so to a dealer causing the price to be lower than the price offered to any other dealer. It requires that a manufacturer must provide written notice to a dealer no less than 180 days prior to the effective date of termination, cancellation, non-renewal, or non-continuance of a franchise agreement instead of only 90 days as required under current law. It clarifies a dealer's rights when choosing to cancel, terminate, decline to renew, or refuse to continue a franchise relationship. And it adds a provision regarding when attorney's fees may be awarded to a dealer in action for civil remedies against a manufacturer for unfair or deceptive acts. Public hearing was held on January 22nd, 2026. Moving down to information, it was asked regarding the similar legislation in other states. There are 12 other states that have similar laws to the provisions provided in LD 2104. Regarding the equitable allocation of inventory as proposed in section 1 of the bill, 5 of 12 states specifically mention a similar allocation provision. I did note here that if you look at the last 2 pages of your bill analysis, there's further details of those states and the laws they have. Moving down to number 2, I believe it was Senator Bennett who requested the definition of personal sportsmobile. So personal sportsmobile means any snowmobile as defined in Title 10, Section 13001, subsection 25. Any all-terrain vehicle as defined in Title 12, Section 13001, subsection 3. Any motorcycle as defined in Title 29A, Section 101, subsection 38, and any personal watercraft as defined in Title 12, Section 13001, subsection 23. Personal sportsmobile does not include a motor vehicle as defined in Section 1171, subsection 11. And then also, I believe it was Representative Gear who asked about the definition of a dealer holdback. There's no definition of a dealer holdback currently in state statute. However, based on research, a dealer holdback is designed to supplement the dealer's cash flow and indirectly reduce variable sales expenses by artificially elevating the dealership's paper costs. The holdback is a percentage of either the manufacturer's suggested retail price, the MSRP, or invoice price of a new vehicle that manufacturers were paid to the dealer. I did want to note that dealer holdback is not a term found or used in the bill. It was just a recurring term that was in testimony that we heard. Drafting considerations. Before I get into the drafting considerations, just because of the way that the printing ended up, the language that I'm talking about can be found on the next page of your bill analysis. I do apologize that I couldn't get it all on one page. But if we're looking at Section 1, in the first sentence of the first block paragraph of Section 1, there is a cross-reference to Section 1244, which provides the limitation on establishing or relocating dealerships. Specifically, it states prior to establishing or relocating a new personal sports dealership in a market area where the same line of personal sportsmobiles is already represented, the manufacturer must provide written notice to the existing dealers in the relevant market area of the intention to establish or relocate a dealership. Considering the first block paragraph of Section 1 of the bill pertains to the allocation of new personal sportsmobiles to these dealers, the committee may want to consider clarifying the sentence to read, the allocation of new personal sportsmobiles must be made on a fair and equitable basis for each model of new personal sportsmobiles to personal sportsmobile dealers established in accordance with Section 1244. Moving to point B here, still looking in Section 1. And again, the language that I'm referencing is now immediately below. In the last sentence of the first block paragraph of Section 1, the term dealer designation is used, and there are examples of dealers designation levels. See the language below, and I have bolded it for your convenience. The committee may want to consider defining what a dealer designation is. However, I will note that the term dealer designation is also used and undefined in Title 10, Chapter 204, which is the area of law that LD 2104 is modeled after. And then the second point here is the committee discussion. At the public hearing, Senator Curry raised the question about whether LD 2104 should have an emergency preamble. I will note that if that is something that the committee wishes to add, as with any emergency preamble, you do kind of have to have the reasonings why it's an emergency. So that's something to bear in mind as you further discuss the bill today. And then preliminary fiscal information has not yet been determined.
Before, my intention on this, I did want to bring up Mr. Garrity for questions, but I'm happy to entertain questions for the analyst. Yes, please.
Thank you. It was a lengthy one, but it was a lengthy discussion. So thank you for that. Really quickly, if we added that emergency preamble, it does have that added layer of needing 2/3 of the body, correct?
Yes.
And if we don't add it, it just becomes law 90 days after we,
Yes.
yeah, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Ask Mr. Bruce Garrity to come to the table. Thank you very much. I just want to, if you could introduce yourself and if you could share your role in kind of our automobile franchise law, developing that and presenting that, and your role in shaping this legislation.
Okay, thank you, Senator Bruce Garrity. I'm here on behalf of the power sportsmobile dealers in Maine. As you know from the public hearing testimony, there are some 20 or more. By way of background, I've had the privilege of representing the Auto Dealers Association for the past 46 years and have been involved in writing or rewriting that entire franchise law, which has changed over the years to address different conditions. With respect to the power sports franchise law, that law was first passed in the late 90s, amended significantly in 2001, and then basically has sat. And what has occurred in recent years is changes in manufacturer procedures and, quite frankly, tactics, which at this point, in the view of my clients, require a redraft or major changes to keep up with the times, so to speak. Before I start, I want to apologize to the committee for not having been here at the public hearing, but I will say this. You know how irony is one of those words that's almost impossible to define, but you know it when you see it. Well, I left. I'd had longstanding plans to go to Iceland. Now, Iceland is right up next to the Arctic Circle. And so I leave Maine, and in my wake, there's a more than 2-foot snowstorm with temperatures at 0 or below. And I get to Iceland, and it was 40 degrees. So to me, that's a classic instance of irony. I will say this, when the wind blows in Iceland, it's brutal. But that having been said, what I've done is create a side-by-side, and my goal is to demonstrate or provide the committee with information about other franchise laws, particularly the Maine franchise law for automobile dealers, and what we're suggesting here. There's very little that is not essentially taken right from the auto dealer franchise law. And what I'd like to do is go down point by point just so that you can see what we're doing. And I highlighted changes so that you would see where we're going. And what I'd like to do is reference the left-hand column, which is existing law for the auto dealers, and then reference the change on the right-hand column, which is the change we're proposing to the sports powermobile statute. The first thing we're doing is clarifying that allocations, and it's the first yellow highlighting, have to be on a fair and equitable basis and consider dealers' needs if they're within a relevant market area of 5 or more miles, and the manufacturer has to demonstrate that its allocation system is fair. You heard testimony that there were significant problems with allocation, whether dealers were being provided a fair allocation, and our view is that they need to be changed. The first lines 3 through 6 on the right-hand column is the language dealing with allocation. If you go down to lines 10 through 13 on the right-hand side, one of the things that has been happening in the vehicle world, if I can use it that broadly, is that manufacturers are starting to say, well, we have this elite model, we have this special model, and you, dealer, can't get it unless you do extra things for us. Well, the auto dealer statute in lines basically 16 through 19 has said, and these are, let me interrupt myself to say, these are long established provisions. These are not things that were just done to the franchise law. Most of the dealer franchise law provisions have been in place for at least a decade.
Automobile.
The automobile one.
Thank you.
And what this says is, look, if there is something like a premier or special designation for a unit, if you have that franchise, Polaris, for example, I don't mean to single them out, they're just one of the manufacturers in this field, then they can't essentially bootstrap that new unit to require you to build new facilities or do new things. So you have to get a fair allocation of those regardless. a bit further down, lines 26 through 28 on the left-hand side, is basically confirming that you can't withhold a model within the manufacturer mix of models. It works together with providing a fair and adequate supply of new sports motor vehicle dealers. And one of the things that is different, and I highlighted it in green for you, and it is not in the dealer franchise law, is the provision that says that on the right-hand side, lines 20 through 22, that training programs have to be made available remotely. The reason there isn't a provision in the auto dealer franchise laws because this is well-established practice that this is what happens. And it has not become a well-established practice in the sportsmobile area. So that's one of the points I wanted to highlight that is different. The sentence after that on the right-hand side, excuse me, any special tools, parts, or signs not used within 2 years, you get a full refund for that. That has been the law in Maine for at least 20 years when it relates to car dealers. What happens many times is dealers are forced by manufacturers, or required, I should say, by manufacturers to get special tools. Now, a special tool isn't like just a wrench. A special tool could be a new kind of tire or track removal device to supposedly make tire or track removal done more quickly or more professionally. What happens in many instances is the special tool really isn't needed. What the dealer has in place is adequate, and what dealers end up doing many times is holding on to the part and never using it. And in the auto dealer world, if you don't use it within 2 years, then you can return it to get your money back. And that has done two things. First, it has helped manufacturers have a better sense of what is really needed. Because if you're doing warranty work and you don't use that tool and you make errors in the warranty work, well, then the manufacturer is going to call you on it. You have to use that part. However, what happens universally is the part isn't really, I shouldn't say universally, almost always, the part isn't needed. An example of when a part is needed in this changing environment, so I guess this is a point the manufacturers would make, is computerization. It's very common now when a dealer of any kind of vehicle is working on a vehicle, if you have that tablet that gives you all the information from the manufacturer about that model, the parts, the things that you might need to help repair it, that's the kind of provision where you're going to say, okay, thank you, manufacturer, here it is. And it will make life easier for everyone because the manufacturer uses the same tablet. So the dealer can say, I replaced a particular thing. It automatically goes over to the manufacturer and it's done more easily. So in that kind of instance, dealers are using these tablets almost immediately. But in many instances, they don't have to. On page 2, there's a lot of words here that I've highlighted, but it's really a pretty simple concept. If a manufacturer, and I'm talking about the auto dealer world, but the same thing applies in the sportsmobile world. If a manufacturer makes a change that adversely affects the motor vehicle dealer's rights or return on investment, then the dealer has, in the middle of the relationship, the right to say, I don't like that. I want to have you review it for me and explain to me why it's a good deal. And if it's not, I'm not going to do it. Well, all the language on the left is that particular provision. That also has been in the auto dealer law for decades. So I've taken literally the language, moved it over to the right side of the page, and to give you a little more detail, and I'm going to jump down to essentially lines 32 through 40 at the end of the page on the right-hand side. If the manufacturer makes a change and notifies the dealer of the change, the dealer can say, wait a minute, why are you doing it? That's subsection 1. Is the modification going to affect all dealers in a non-discriminatory way, or are you trying to make a modification just for me? is the modification going to have a substantial and adverse effect on investment or return on investment? And is the proposed modification in the public interest? And I will give you an example, particularly under subsection 3. Will it have an adverse effect on dealers' investment? One of the things manufacturers might do in the middle of a term is say, we are changing your relevant market area. We're giving you an additional territory that is your primary territory. And by the way, since you have that additional territory, you're required to sell more vehicles in order to fully reflect the territories that you have. Well, what happens sometimes is the manufacturer gives or tells the dealer you have this territory when the dealer doesn't want it, or when it's being given to a particular dealer because another dealer couldn't do anything with it, and the manufacturer wants to shuttle it off to you. But if you're supposed to sell, let's say, 100 vehicles a year, and this new territory bumps has the manufacturer tell you, well, you really need to sell 125. The problem is if you don't sell 125, you don't get all the benefits that you're supposed to get for having sold 100 in your original territory. So manufacturer says, well, over here, we're going to give this person their full allocation of certain benefits, but you're not going to get the same allocation because you didn't sell it proportionately in the new area to the same extent, even if it's an area where you can't sell it. Nobody in Maine wants the Northern Piscataquis area in their area of responsibility unless it's snowmobiles, frankly. And even then, it's kind of iffy. So that's that section. The third section deals with something called two-tier pricing. And again, this is something that's been in the auto dealer franchise law for at least 30 years. And every dealer is supposed to be charged the same price for every vehicle. That's how you have fair competition. If I pay $1 for a snowmobile or for an ATV, you should have to pay $1 for your snowmobile or ATV. If you change the price based upon who the dealer is, they simply can't compete fairly. They either get way more vehicles and they're in Greater Portland and can sell them, or they get far fewer vehicles. So this is to say, no, everybody has to be paid, has to be charged the same price for the same unit. Well, what happens sometimes is manufacturers use sales promotion plans and other programs that in effect create a separate two-tier pricing. It's very subtle. It happens all the time. And usually what happens is dealers can sit down with their manufacturer and say, this isn't fair, and they try to work it out. That's not happening with sportsmobile dealers. And I'll give you an example. You'll see that I put in the new language, facilities renovation market area penetration. That relates to, are you trying to get me to force me to renovate my facilities? Or are you trying to get me to penetrate the market better, even if I can't? And if you haven't done that, you don't get as much money as the next guy. And that's unfair. Take a dealer in Rockland. That dealer cannot compete in terms of gross sales the same way a dealer in Westbrook can. You don't have the same population. But if you're held unfairly to the same standard, that dealer in Rockland is even worse off. So that's the section dealing with two-tier pricing. In the next page, page 4, we have one simple change, and it is a change that is not in the dealer franchise law. Relevant market areas are always supposed to be determined based upon equitable principles. Well, usually what that means is you look at other relevant market areas to say, are they fair throughout the state? That's been a long-standing standard. What manufacturers have been doing in the sportsmobile instance is saying, well, we're going to look at markets in other states and see if you compare well to other states. How big a market area and how fairly is it constructed in Milwaukee, and compare that to Bangor. You can't make those comparisons fairly. What's fair is to say, we want to look at relevant market areas that are determined by equitable principles in Maine. So we just added the words in the state. The next section at the bottom of the page deals with manufacturers wanting you to build new facilities. Now, manufacturers have certain rights and certain economic concerns that they have that are legitimate. They want your facility to look nice. If your facility is green and their marketing is blue, they're going to want you to have blue markings in the facility. That's fine and good. What happens, though, is in many instances, the manufacturer says, unless you do exactly what we want, you're not going to get the same supply of vehicles as others get. So, and I'm going to go down and point out several points on the right side of page 4. First off, it says that you can't force a change without written assurance of a sufficient supply of new motor vehicles. So to justify an expansion in light of the current market and economic conditions, if you're going to spend $1 million renovating your facility and making it more attractive, then they should have to give you more vehicles to sell. You've got to recoup all the expenses that you put into place when you did your renovation. And again, that's current law in the auto dealer statute. If you're going to do that kind of serious renovation, what happens all across the franchise world is the manufacturer chips in to help pay for that, because these aren't small renovations. These are hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. And so this provision basically says the manufacturer has to pay a substantial portion of the renovation. The other thing that happens is that manufacturers sometimes come to the dealer and say, we want you to use our architect and we want you to use our construction company. Now, the construction company might be out of Atlanta, Georgia. The architect might be out of New York City. And so what we've done here and is current law elsewhere is to say, we can choose our own vendor. If we want to use a Maine construction company, we can, as long as that company builds to the same standards as you, manufacturer, want it built to. And we have long said there's no reason to force us to go out of state when we can do our business in state. Again, that's long-standing law.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a
Sure.
second. I think you're on page 4, amend 10 MRSA 1243.
Yes.
As follows. I'm getting confused because I've been expecting all the power sports, personal sports things on the right-hand side.
They are.
But your language here is around motor vehicle dealer to require a new motor vehicle dealer to change location. I'm just trying to see where that is in the actual bill.
Let me explain
Yeah, thank you.
where I have done that.
Okay.
That's really an add-on that we said that quite frankly didn't get into the original draft of the bill. And if the committee thinks that you shouldn't do that because it wasn't in the original bill, it was supposed to be.
So this
I
is a
understand that
proposed
might be
amendment.
your
This is a
view.
proposed amendment to what we're seeing. Okay, so
Correct.
I am, all right, so now go back to that and what you're proposing,
Okay.
if you would, please.
So, and at the very end, when it basically says, if you're going to force us to do a significant alteration, then you should give us a dealer-specific analysis as to why it's appropriate to do that. Many times, manufacturers do things that there's really no economic basis for and isn't going to help the dealer. And I'll give you an instance that, again, it relates to the auto dealer world, but it applies equally to sportsmobile franchises that I found incredibly frustrating a few years ago. A dealer in Waterville had his facility burned to the ground. It happens. He was fully insured, and he went to his manufacturer, which happened to be Volkswagen, and said, you tell me what you want. I've got plenty of insurance money. I will rebuild this facility to exactly the standards you want. So they gave him a whole bunch of detailed standards. He built the facility to those standards. And one of the things that Volkswagen was very big on was having blue tile with a white V in a circle in the middle of the floor of the showroom. Well, 4 months after he completely rebuilds his facility, they send him a note and said, by the way, we changed our mind. We want it to be a white floor with a blue VW sign in there. So tear it all out and put in what we want. And we said, wait a minute. You know, I went around and around with them forever before they conceded. But that's the kind of thing that can happen, usually not that blatant, where if the manufacturer wants you to make a change, we think it's only fair that the manufacturer be able to justify the change in your market area. So the rest of the yellow highlighting between pages 4 and 5 is in the dealer franchise law, which is on the left-hand side of the page.
So is what you're thinking is like, while we're doing this, this is the side of the auto dealer
Right.
that you'd like us to consider.
Right. What I really wanted to do was show you that we're not coming up with this stuff out of whole cloth. And obviously it's the committee's decision as to what you think is appropriate in LD 2104. We just want you to know that we're not trying to come up with something totally new here.
Okay.
On page 6, you see just on line 17, then more than, it's 180 days for auto dealers. On the right-hand side, line 3, it's currently 90 days, and we think it should be 180. And what this does, when a manufacturer is unhappy with your performance and says, we're thinking about terminating you, which sometimes happens, the dealer needs time to fix whatever the problem was, whether it's inadequate sales, whether it's poor service performance, whether it's failure to use promotional materials in the showroom. Sometimes you can't do that right away. And sometimes especially when you're investing money, it takes a lot of time. So it's only fair in our view to let any dealer have a little more time to resolve whatever the problem might be. So, and 180 days is pretty much the standard around the country in the auto dealer law. And I think we're urging the committee to make that the standard here as well. The next section down, which is section 1243 sub 3R, we're changing the opening paragraph, or proposing to change the opening paragraph to put in language, and this is slightly different from the existing law. The law says that in the event a dealer is being terminated, the dealer has a right to certain things, and it relates to the reimbursement for a couple model years of new vehicles, return of special parts and the like. In the auto dealer world, that standard is applied equally between dealers and manufacturers. If it is the manufacturer who wants to terminate the dealer, the manufacturer has to pay these things. If it is the dealer, I'm talking about the auto dealer world, who is terminating the franchise for any reason, the dealer gets the same benefits, so it's applied equally. In the current version of the sportsmobile law, it only applies if it is the manufacturer terminating the dealership. And if the dealer, for whatever reason, wants to terminate the franchise, the dealer should have the same rights as it has when the manufacturer terminates you. So that's what this section says. And looking at lines 7 through 10, in any cancellation, termination, non-renewal, or non-continuance by a licensed sportsmobile dealer, the dealer has the same rights as when the manufacturer terminates and non-renews. So that's where that language comes from. In comparison, over on the left-hand side, the lines 3 through 5, which says cancel, terminate, fail to renew with a new motor vehicle dealer without providing fair, reasonable compensation. So the only change is to say the dealer gets the same rights if it terminates as if the manufacturer terminates. On page 7 is just for completeness. I put in the entirety of the auto dealer section. And on the right-hand side, I didn't repeat all of what's in the existing section, which is basically the same kind of material. And I just changed the first paragraph because that's the only focus on change. On page 8, there's already a provision in the sportsmobile franchise law that says if there's a problem and there's litigation and the dealer is successful, the dealer gets attorney's fees. That has been in the sportsmobile franchise for quite a few years. However, what it doesn't include is providing attorney's fees in the event of an equitable decision by a court. Courts can make decisions on two bases. One of them is the law. The court looks at the law and says, you win or you lose based upon the law. But a decision based on equitable principles is a little bit different because then the court is looking at, let's look at basic fairness as part of this. And many times these franchise agreements have to deal with equity as well as pure legal rights. And so if you look on the left-hand side, line 12, it's basically saying if a judgment or other final order providing equitable relief is entered, then the same rights apply. And we put that on the right-hand side as well. And the other thing we have done is pick up language that basically says if somebody has violated a final judgment, order, or decree by the FTC or any of the state statutes dealing with antitrust law, then the same attorney's fee provision applies. And again, that's language you see in different places throughout the code to make sure people are following federal as well as state law. On page 9, I did something a little bit different for the committee's consideration. Rather than use the auto dealer warranty provision, which is really long, you folks had the opportunity to look at boats and warranty provisions last session. So I took the provision that you enacted last year, word for word, and changed, completely repealed the existing warranty section, and then put in the language that is the warranty provision for boats with a couple of changes. And the changes are actually quite easy to understand and clear. We added the words or recall. There are two ways that a dealer does work for a manufacturer, for a consumer that the manufacturer is responsible to pay for. The first way is if it's a warranty. When you have a warranty, the manufacturer says, for the first year and a half, if anything breaks, we fix it at our cost. Sometimes it isn't exactly a warranty that's an issue, it's a recall. And a recall might be, we've found out that bearings in, God's sake, that bearings need to be replaced because they're stripping out too quickly. That's a recall, and recalls should be reimbursed the same as a warranty, because it's the dealer working on the vehicle, usually because they've been told by some federal or state authority that they have to fix a problem. And so the same standard should apply. It's the manufacturer paying, and the manufacturer should have the obligation to reimburse. The other change that is in this section from what you drafted last year is on line 48 of page 10, where it says including time to diagnose the problems. Repair isn't simply the guy comes in or the girl comes in and says such and such broke, fix it. Many times what happens is the consumer comes in and says it's making a noise or it's grinding or it's not working. And before it can be repaired, the dealer has to diagnose the problem. Right now, what's happening is manufacturers are not reimbursing for the diagnosis time. And that's simply unfair. If a repair costs $200, just to give you an example, but the time it took to diagnose it would have added an extra $50, the dealer has to eat that $50, and we don't believe that's fair. So adding in time to diagnose the situation is intended to resolve that. Now, that isn't a problem under the auto dealer statute because it is just so incredibly involved, much more so than in a sportsmobile situation, but it is still a problem that has to be addressed. The last change, and this was based upon a decision that was made by Donald Alexander when he was a Supreme Court judge in 1987 or so. So it's an old statute for the auto dealers. Dealers should have the ability and the opportunity to make sure that their customers are not paying more than the people, the manufacturer who built the unit and needs to fix a warranty problem. And sometimes what happens is a manufacturer gives you a time manual. The time manual says it should take you 20 minutes to repair a particular problem. And the way the manufacturer comes up with that 20 minutes is somebody's sitting in the manufacturer's facility in a nice clean white coat with a brand new unit sitting on the floor. And it takes that manufacturer's tech 20 minutes to change out the part. Well, when that vehicle is still under warranty, but it's been used for 7 months and it's an ATV and it's been driven through a stream and over the woods and you name it, it doesn't take 20 minutes. It takes longer. And there are manuals out there that are more realistic in terms of the amount of time it takes to do a repair on a vehicle. And what this basically says is, because you want to protect the manufacturer and you want to make sure the manufacturer is fair at the same time. So you want to say, look, whatever we're charging our retail customers, whatever we put out there as our hourly market rate is what we charge the manufacturer. We're not going to try and bilk the manufacturer by charging $3 more an hour for labor. And we're not going to try and hurt the dealer by letting them charge $3 less per hour for the repair. So as long as the dealer's consistent in using a time manual, that's sufficient. And it was Judge Alexander's decision in, as I said, I think it was 1987 that established that principle. The only other thing I would point to you is on line 58. The word "my" shouldn't be in there. I don't know how that got in there, but I'll take responsibility for it. Those are provisions that I wanted to talk to the committee about, Senator. I appreciate your indulgence in giving me the time to do this. And if you do have questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Well, thank you. And I do want to recognize committee members. I have given Mr. Garrity a great deal of time in here. And my thinking is that, one, we need to really understand this. And two, we dive into franchise law a lot and we need to see how it's operating at the ground level and how the various tactics that have been taking place on that. So thank you for your indulgence, committee members, on that really detailed walkthrough. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, with that line 58, I found that. Should it be any instead of my? I'm wondering if that's what happened. It was just autocorrect from any to my.
Yes.
Okay. So we shouldn't cross it out. We should replace it with any.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Questions or further discussion for Mr. Garrity? I have a question. I will say your proposal to dive into automotive, motor vehicle franchise law with that amendment threw me. I wasn't expecting that. And so, I need a little, I guess I'm trying to word my question here. To determine whether I think it should be in this and we attack it now or whether it's a separate bill. Was that your thought? Like, while we're already in this area, go for this?
Yes. And as I said, yeah, I think you're talking about,
Page 4. And so so it's page 4. So it's not in the bill that we have.
correct.
It is to amend that area. Okay. So that was your thinking of trying to
Right.
recommend that to us.
Right. And as I said, Senator, if the committee would be more comfortable leaving that out and coming back to it at another time, I could certainly understand that. But it is longstanding law, so.
Mhm. But it's not in this is okay. Because your language in this spoke to motor vehicle, you're trying to add this for the power sports?
Correct.
That's where I was confused. I thought you were trying to amend it for the motor vehicles.
No.
Okay, the
no.
language that was on the right-hand side was you just cut the motor vehicle legislation. side
Exactly. I
to
took
it.
the language out of the motor vehicle statute and moved it over.
I see. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. You were like, why are you doing this?
No,
My motor vehicle friends over here would like this. Okay, so you're trying to have, so this section that you're recommending an amendment to
hmm
parallels what is required, and I see the language over here now that I see the 55% parallels what we're doing in the motor vehicle
Correct.
industry. Okay. That's different than what I thought. Chair Gear,
I found it.
okay,
I answered myself.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for this detailed analysis, Mr. Garrity. I have two questions that I hope you can answer that will kind of put this in perspective for me, because there are differences between the auto industry and power sports. I mean, autos are sold everywhere to everybody everywhere. Obviously, power sports, sports mobiles are relevant depending on where the recreation opportunities are and are they aligned with what's available in the area. So two questions. Is it typical for dealers to carry competing brands on their floor together, or are they more devoted to one, certain manufacturers, and kind of they build their franchises in their dealerships with regard to that franchise? And the second question is, how, given those factors that I mentioned, how are territory market analyses done in this industry generally? And how do they determine, what the territories and the opportunities within those territories are?
Let me answer both of those. Let me answer the second one first, because I remember that one better. The way you establish territories is you look at the total number of franchisees, dealers that you want in the state if you're the manufacturer. On the one hand, you want enough so that people all over the state can buy your product. On the other hand, you shouldn't want to have two of them right next door to each other. So, because it's just going to kill people. Unlike, say, a McDonald's franchisee, where you might have 3 McDonald's franchisees in the same town. It's a different world for those people. So the manufacturer will look at how many franchises do I want? Where is the market going to best suit my product? And motorcycles, for example, which are included in this, you may have more people in the greater Portland area interested in having motorcycles than in Washington County. So you would build into your principles how many units you want to sell, where you want to sell them, how big a territory does a dealer need that's a fair territory to be able to go in and market in that area. So that's how it is developed on a manufacturer by manufacturer basis. And there are real differences depending on the product. And to give you a stark example, let's take car dealerships. There's only one BMW dealership in Maine. There's only one Porsche dealership in Maine. There are only 2 dealers for Mercedes. And there are a couple of others that are really kind of unique and very high end where there's virtually none. Because that manufacturer has said, we're charging so much for our vehicles that the person who wants this is gonna be willing to drive from, I'll use Rockland again, down to Portland to buy a Porsche. Well, you're paying $125,000 to $150,000 for a Porsche. But if you're a Chevrolet dealer, where you have people all over the state buying Chevy trucks, that's a whole different analysis on how many dealers you need and where they should be positioned, especially in a rural state like Maine. And when you apply that principle to these sports mobiles, as you mentioned, Representative, there may be a lot more people who want ATVs up in a really rural area or snowmobiles where you have all the snowmobile trails. So it's a different analysis, but each manufacturer decides how many dealers they want and then how to space them out. And I apologize, I can't remember the first part of the question.
The first question was, given the sort of the variety, and I'm not a power sports user.
Yes.
So how many, are you typically carrying, one OEM and their brands? Is there's a lot of different brands on the floor? How do those typically work?
That's actually a great question. And it works different ways depending on the manufacturer. For the most part, dealers do carry more than one brand. It's not uncommon, for example, if you're a motorcycle dealer, to have Hondas and to have Indian motorcycles at the same time, or another brand on the floor at the same time. The law generally says that a manufacturer can't force you to build a new facility for each brand that you carry. And Maine was actually a leader on this point. And the reason you were a leader on this point is we came to the legislature and said, why should we have to pay to heat 3 buildings when you could put all your units in one building? And at the same time, some units are so popular where if the manufacturer says, we want you to build a separate wing on your facility for whatever, the dealer sometimes says, okay, I'll do that. Or they say, put a wall up in your showroom between the left and the right hand parts of the showroom. So it varies depending on the manufacturer and their needs. But it is not only common, it's almost universal in this industry that you'll have more than one franchise.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Gary? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Does committee have further discussion, or is it ready for motion?
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended, including the change of that, page 4, thank you, with the 55%, but ensuring that the language doesn't say new motor vehicle and aligns with the motorsport. And then, of course, fixing the word "my" to "any" as well on that. It's that last page.
Moved and seconded.
We want to consider the draft considerations Pat and made on page 3 as well, Representative.
I think it,
Could you remind me what that is?
Page 3. When will I learn to put page numbers on the bill analysis is the real question, but it has to do with the clarification of the cross-reference to section 1244. So the amendment language would to consider would be the allocation of new personal sports mobiles must be made on fair and equitable basis for each model of new personal sports mobiles to personal sports mobile dealers established in accordance with section 1244.
That would also be included in my motion.
second? Oh, we already seconded. Okay, great. Excellent. Chair, you're.
And I'm just going to your question, Chair Curry, about whether there was a need for an emergency preamble. My sense, my feeling from the discussion is that that's not necessary because by the time this would go into effect, it would be plenty of time. So, are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable not adding that.
Thank you.
add the emergency. Representative Cullimore.
Thanks. I'd just like to add, I would prefer that we didn't do that anyway, because I know what can happen in the House with an emergency preamble. So let's just avoid that.
The House. I'll ask the committee clerk to call the roll.
The motion ought to pass as amended. Who was the second?
Representative Mingo.
Thank you. Speaking of Representative Mingo,
Yes.
Representative Mingo voting yes, Representative Mallon,
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes, Representative Golick,
Yes.
Representative Golick voting yes, Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes, Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes, Representative Collmore. Yes. Representative Collmore voting yes, Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes, and Representative Eater.
Yes.
Representative Eater voting yes.
Unanimous of those present. And with that, we will close the public hearing on LD 2104 and thank the bill sponsor and the advocates for bringing it before us. Now I'll open up the public hearing on LD 2156. This is an act to provide for the 2026-2027 allocation of the state ceiling on private activity bonds.
Senator Curry, I think you meant work session. on
Did I
that.
say public hearing? Work session?
Oh,
I
back
did,
time.
very much so. You're
So coming around to you momentarily will be the bill analysis for 2156, an act to provide for the 2026 and 2027 allocations of the state ceiling on private activity bonds. Bill sponsored with Senator Curry. This bill establishes the allocations of the state ceiling on issuance of tax exempt private activity bonds for calendar years 2026 and 2027 among the state level issuers of tax exempt bonds. I will hold off on the considerations until you get it in front of you. I did want to note that you all received an email from me earlier this morning that FAME had provided resources on the types of private activity bonds they use. I believe it was 3 different documents included in that email. So you all should have that in your emails. And now seeing that you have all received the bill analysis, I'll continue on to considerations. So in the testimony provided by FAME, the following amendment language was suggested. In section 2, clarify that of the additional 100 million of the state ceiling being allocated to FAME for calendar year 2026, only 47,625,000, not 100 million, was previously allocated, and that 52,375,000 was reallocated to FAME from the Maine State Housing Authority. I did go ahead and provide you with amendment language that I believe accomplishes what FAME's intent was. I did have an opportunity to run this language by the OFPR analyst for the committee to make sure that it was in line with their standards. And then their second suggestion was in section 4 of the bill, stipulate that the reduction of 52,375,000, the difference between the original 100 million and the newly proposed 47,625,000, have been reallocated to FAME. And again, I provided you with that language. I do want to note, for whatever reason, the highlighting did not show up on this bill analysis. So going back to the first suggestion under A, there is highlighted language on the third line down. That 47 million figure should be highlighted. That is a new number that reflects the change that they requested. Again, that is third line down on that top paragraph.
Second page.
Yeah, back page.
Back page.
Okay. And I do apologize for the highlighting here. And then there was also an entirely new section, couple of sentences added to this. So if we go 1, 2, 6, 6 lines down from the top line, and an additional 52,375,000 of the state ceiling. And from there, all the way down to the end of the paragraph is new language, and it should have been highlighted. And again, I do apologize if this did not show up for you all.
It's very, very faint. You kind of see it.
And then again, in under the second suggestion they had in point B. So you see the crossed out language for the 47 million figure. The number next to it, that 52 million figure, should be highlighted. And that's the new language that incorporates their suggestion. I did want to note that fiscal information per the preliminary fiscal impact statement, LD 2156, has no net effect on general or moral obligation debt. You all received the preliminary fiscal note at the public hearing. It was in your folders. It's on a green sheet of paper.
Does anybody have any questions? Representative Cullimore?
Yes.
I was just going to make a motion to pass as amended with the recommended amended language.
Care to second that?
Yes, second.
Moved and seconded.
Senator Curry, I was just made aware that I believe FAME representative here is here. I think there is a mistake with the
Okay.
figure. Yeah.
Yep. Welcome. We might have a friendly amendment.
It's very friendly. Thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Gear and members of the committee. Bill Norbert with FAME. I hate to interrupt that excellent flow that was going to be, but I understand it's the second part of the amendment, B, section 4 in your blue paper on the back. The 47 million that's scratched out actually needs to stay. And then after that, we were just trying to clarify that that the 52 million was reallocated to FAME. So that's the difference between, you see the 100 million at the top of that paragraph, and Maine Housing Authority really is being reduced to 47 million, not 52 million. But after the 47 million, you would keep that and then say with 52,375,000 reallocated to the Finance Authority of Maine.
Are you clear on
I
that?
can do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I accept that amended language.
Second. Any discussion? Is the committee 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ready for the vote? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
For the motion ought to pass as amended, Representative
Yes.
Mingo. Representative Mingo voting yes. Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore voting yes. Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes, and Representative Eater.
Yes.
Representative Eater voting yes.
And that would be unanimous of those present. With that, we'll close the work session on LD
2156.
2156. And we will now open up the work session on LD 2077.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
This is an act to reduce the cost of purchasing a home by providing grants to reduce mortgage rates. And you have receiving my bill analysis. What this does is it amends a section of Maine State Housing Authority's powers and duties to give them the authority to administer a new program to provide grants up to $15,000 for the purchase of a single-family home to a person who meets the same criteria as is required in the first home loan program. It also provides income tax deduction in Title 36 for the purchase of private mortgage insurance if it's insurance on the taxpayer's primary residence located here in Maine. This was brought to you by Senator Farren. You asked for a bit of information about the current Maine State Housing's current home purchase programs. I have attached some information. The first 2 pages, I think they're white sheets. And these are taken from the Maine State Housing dashboard. On the first page, you see on the right, that's the year 2025. And this is all of those home purchase programs. It shows that the total number of loans was 1,274. And the previous year was 925. It tells you how much the loans cost, what the average price was, and what the average borrower's gross income was. And then, as I said, it goes back all the way to 2022. There was some questions about the current interest rates under these programs. That is the third white page, and it has them by the first home loan, the first generation loan, the Salute Maine, and mobile home self-insurance program. So that's that information. Also, I wanted to include on the second page of the blue sheet, the income limits, current income limits. And again, this was from their webpage, though it was more of a cut and paste. It shows you the income limits for these programs roughly by county. And then the purchase price for a 1-unit home versus a 3-unit home. They actually have 1, 2, 3, and 4. I just gave you those 2 numbers. So it shows you, and it starts with the highest income limits, which are in Cumberland County and parts of York, all the way down to Hancock, Lincoln, and Waldo, which has a lower income limit to be a participant. The only comment I have on the substance and policy of this and technical issues, they're kind of all wrapped up into one. Currently in Maine statute, chapter 201, is the home, if you look at the orange sheets, there's a section, the Home Opportunities for Maine program, and it's a very broadly described program. And it's within this program that Maine State Housing currently runs the Home First program, the Salute Maine program. So they have this general authority in this section of statute to run programs that are similar to the one being proposed. The proposal before you amends a different section of statute for Maine State Housing. It amends the section that has to do with their general broad powers and duties. If you're going to move forward with a program that is similar to the Home Opportunities for Maine program, I would recommend you move it out of where it is currently proposed, out of the Maine State Housing's general powers and duties, which is the duty, the power to collect data, the power to issue bonds, the power to help municipalities, or the duties, and put it within this subchapter 7. So it's, I guess the policy issue is it's a similar program to what Maine State Housing is already operating. They may actually, so it's a similar program, but a bit different because of the amount of funding that it's proposing for first-time home buyers. And the technical issue is, if you move it forward, I would move it into this chapter, this subchapter of the statutes. My final point I tried to give some thought about whether or not you need a statute to authorize Maine State Housing to run this kind of program. In the past, you've set up pilots and said, Maine State Housing, go run this pilot. Now, granted, those are pilots that have a limited time, but that can be, you can also, I think, instruct Maine State Housing to implement a program under this through a straight appropriation and allocation bill, a bill that would say, basically, please add to the Maine State Housing's general fund budget whatever amount of money so that they can now and forevermore run this type of program. Might not be as, there's pros and cons for doing either way. One of them, the biggest negative to doing it as a straight appropriation allocation is you may lose the details of the program because it's not in the red books, as we call them. And the biggest negative, if you put it in the statute, putting it within the Housing Opportunities for Maine program, is then it limits the funds always have to be within the Home Opportunities for Maine program, which I don't know if that's a positive or negative, but you'd be adding another sub-program under the bigger program.
Thank you. Other questions for our analyst? Representative Cullimore.
As currently written, I know you say none provided as of this date for the fiscal impact, but do we know where the money's supposed to come from? Are they supposed to figure out how to fund it themselves? Are we supposed to give money? Where is that coming from? And
So I can tell
just
you,
seems very broad.
I can tell you what I know about the process that OFPR goes through when they get something like this. They reach out to the department or the agency and say, you're being ordered to run this type of program without any limit, like you need to do this for five people a year. And it's a conversation. They ask Maine State Housing Authority, how much do you think it would cost for you to run this? Or they would ask DAPS, how much do you think it would cost to run this? Sometimes they say, oh, we have money already. It's not going to cost us anything. Sometimes they say, we have no funds. It's going to cost however many dollars. And then OFPR takes that information and based on their professional judgment, may alter it a bit. And then that's how they come up with the fiscal note. So it is a conversation with the entity that's being asked to run a new program.
Thank you.
And I will also say, though you already know this, that part of the process when you vote a bill is once the fiscal note comes out, it comes back to you as, look, this is what the fiscal note is. And committees that I've worked with in the past, if someone wants to change their vote, then they reconsider and you can amend your vote based on the cost of the program.
Other questions for the analyst? Representative Mellon? Or if you have a motion, go ahead.
No, it's, I'd like to ask Mr. Jorgensen a question if he
Sure.
is amenable to that.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Eric Jorgensen, Maine State Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. You were invoked several times in the bill analysis, and I'd like to get your take on what would be impacted with this bill and its intent if it was moved to the home program subchapter as opposed to where it was initially proposed, in your opinion. Would that have a substantive impact in what it would do?
I haven't had a chance to run this by my colleagues at the office, so I think that's the most important thing to start with. But in general, we really don't like to put particular programs into the home program. We like to leave that as it's fully allocated, and we think that it will be clearer if this language was set somewhere else in the statute, sort of as a self-contained thing.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that this might be a little bit repetitive from the public hearing, but you testified neither for nor against. And in terms of added value over and above the programs that you offer to help first-time homebuyers and first-generation homebuyers purchase homes, do you have any additional comments on, will this sort of open up a new ability for more people to buy? Is it duplicative? Is it additive? How much help would it really provide?
It's hard to know. I think that first-time homebuyers are, challenged always in coming up with the funding needed to buy a house. So, or to pay for it once they've purchased it. So, if you had a lower interest rate, I think it would help. But I mean, the question really, this is one of the reasons we came out either for nor against, is really because it's a new program. And if this is the direction the committee wants to go in, we can work with you on that. it's, we're not trying to come out here and tell you this is the critical thing you need to do. But I do think it would be helpful and I think it would be good. On the other hand, I think it's also, it's an expensive program. This is not something we can fund out of our own resources. We would probably be able to fund it as we do. As you all know, we don't take operating support from the state. So we would figure out a way of, managing the program, but we wouldn't have funding for, to actually do these grants. So that would need to come from the general fund or some other source.
Are there further questions? Seeing none for Mr. Jorgensen,
Thank you.
I'll ask Representative Farren if he'd like to come up. I just have an open question for you, which is you've heard the analysis, you've heard the response from Representative Jorgensen. Any thoughts that you have or anything you wanted to clarify for us? What's been your reaction to the analysis and to the comments by Mr. Jorgensen?
Okay, yeah, I've had some conversations with Mr. Jorgensen, and we're just hoping to get some amount of money in to just, he was saying about, I think it was 2,600 a year that they've been able to help have a loan, and it'd be nice to see if we could get another, that 1,000 people or something to get more people able to purchase a house. So that's my biggest issue, is trying to get, to buy down the loan enough to save $150, $200 off somebody's loan. So they would be able to qualify in itself,
right,
that they might not be poor, or to be able to in the loan and be able to keep their loan down. So that my whole help is to, just get it easier for people to get a house.
Great.
That's my.
Thank you. Yeah, please, Representative Julie.
Hi there.
Yeah.
As a realtor, do you see people missing, qualifying for loans by a slim margin on their debt to income ratio?
Yeah, yes.
Is it common?
Yep. So you'd see somebody that, trying to get into a 3 or a 320 and there's not a lot of homes in certain areas that you can even get into to qualify. So that extra qualify for 20 or 30 more thousand can make a difference. Yep.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Mallon.
If there are no other questions for the representative, I am ready to make a motion. All right, I would like to move on to pass as amended. First of all, I want to thank Representative Farren for bringing this forward. I think it's really important and could have a meaningful impact for families across the state. The ought to pass as amended motion would be to remove section 4 of the bill. Basically anything about Title 36 and tax breaks, things like that. We want to focus on program only. And that is my only change in addition to whatever fiscal note might come our way.
Moved and seconded. I've had a request for a caucus. And so why don't we we want to connect that caucus with lunch and come back after lunch, or do you want to?
No, let's just come back and vote so
All right.
people can leave.
All right, very good. We're gonna have a short corner caucus. Is the committee ready for a vote? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion is ought to pass as amended, the amendment being striking section 4. Moved by Representative Mallon, seconded by Representative Julia.
Thank you. Representative Mingo,
No.
Representative Mingo voting no, Representative Mallon,
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes, Senator Bennett,
No.
Senator Bennett voting no, Senator Curry,
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes, Representative Gear,
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes, Representative Colmore,
No.
Representative Colmore voting no, Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes, and Representative Eater,
No.
Representative Eater voting no.
Representative Mingo, your report?
Not to pass.
Not to pass. Representative Bennett or Senator Bennett?
Ought to pass as amended. I'd like to, rather than have the benefit to the mortgage rate, I'd like to put it toward an outright grant for first-time home buyers who meet the requirements of the program of 220% of median of poverty level for the median.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, rather than you buying down the rate, I think the more impactful thing would be to help people with the down payments. As long as they meet the
Okay,
eligibility of the program, that it would be an assistance in the down payment.
yes, thank you.
$15,000.
Thank you.
Senator Bennett, did you also want to
Yes.
get
And
rid of
also,
the,
yes, I'm going along with getting rid of it, section 4 of the bill as well.
so narrowing the use of that? Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
thank you.
Thank you. Representative Collmore, your report?
Not to pass.
Thank you.
Representative Eater.
I would like to join Senator Bennett's report.
Okay. So we'll have 3 reports there
Thank you.
and we'll see what the remaining members, how they vote. So with that, we'll close the work session for LD 2077. We are gonna take a break for lunch and I think we can get back at 1:15. I'm gonna look to you, Representative Collmore. 1:15 work for you? All right. Well, 1:15. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started and open up the work session for LD 1643. This is an act to establish a Maine Life Science Innovation Center, and welcome our analyst, Ms. Patton. This bill has had a path.
It has. So I am going to give you a summary of that path. But before I do want to let you know that in your folders, the clerk has been kind enough to provide the handouts ahead of beginning of this work session. So the top piece of paper in your folders should be a packet that has the bill as originally printed. In that packet, which is the first page of the folder, it's going to have LD 1643 as it was originally printed, the fiscal note. The next, it's going to have the committee amendment that was reported out of committee. And then it's going to have the fiscal note of the committee amendment. And then it is going to have the Senate amendment at the last page and the Senate amendment fiscal note. Again, it is packet first item in your folder. While you have that in front of you, I am going to give you a quick little recap. So LD 1643, an act to establish the Maine Life Science Innovation Center. Bill sponsor was Senator Peirce. LD 1643 was voted out of the committee last session with a report of ought to pass as amended. The committee amendment incorporated a Senate amendment, which replaced the appropriation and allocation section to eliminate the one-time general fund appropriations, but retains the ongoing other specialized revenue funds base allocations of $500 per year. It also strikes from the bill a reference to the Maine Life Science Innovation Fund, constituting a continuing appropriation. Again, all those documents are going to be in that packet. I do believe that your folder also has all of the documents that were from when we worked and heard the bill last session. Today, there is a sponsored proposed amendment, which will be passed out right now. You are also going to be receiving with that proposed amendment language, which is on yellow paper as usual, a copy of a executive order entitled An Order Establishing the Maine Life Sciences Innovation Center. I will go over why you are also receiving that and the proposed language in a moment once you all have that in front of you. All right, so seeing that you all have that language, yellow packet is the sponsored proposed amendment. You will note that this has an emergency clause in it. Summary of the proposed amendment. This amendment establishes the Maine Life Science Innovation Center within the Maine Technology Institute to support life science innovation, research, entrepreneurship, and workforce development. The amendment provides the membership composition of the center's governing board, directs MTI to provide the necessary staff to fulfill the center's duties, and requires the center to submit an interim report to the legislature no later than 100 days after all members of the board have been appointed. This amendment incorporates the language of the governor's executive order and an order establishing the Maine Life Sciences Innovation Center fiscal year 25-26. The executive order is dated September 18th, 2025. I'm sorry. One thing I wanted to raise with the committee is because there is an executive order that has established the center, and the sponsors amendment mirrors the executive order language pretty much to a T, with one minor adjustment, which is unallocated language for the interim report. There is kind of an outstanding question that I do not know the answer to. I'll say that now, of how these two will interact in the event that LD 1643, as presently drafted in front of you, is enacted and the executive order stands. So in it, taking a step back, you will essentially have two of the same entities. I have raised this question with the sponsor, and I believe there's solutions being brainstormed right now. And I do know that the sponsor is here, as well as a representative from DECD who oversees the Maine Technology Institute.
I want to make sure I understand your question. Is your question what would happen if we pass this without the sponsors amendment or with the sponsors amendment?
So that we're looking at the sponsors amendment now.
Okay.
So if the committee votes out ought to pass as amended, incorporating the sponsors amendment on the yellow paper,
Mhm.
you are reporting out the identical language to the executive order that was signed September 18th, 2025, which established the Maine Life Science Innovation Center.
Okay. Yep, Representative Cullimore.
But her executive order doesn't put it into statute, correct?
That is correct. So, in conversations with the sponsor, my understanding is that the intent of the proposed amendment is to establish the center in allocated language to make it permanent in the sense that the executive order, should it be rescinded, the center would then disappear because it is established through an executive order. Through statute, that would not be the case.
And I'm sorry, I'm having a basic, remind me the path this took. This went we enacted it?
Yeah, so
correct?
the committee reported out
Mhm.
a unanimous report establishing the center. It landed on the governor's desk and was then recalled. The committee amendment that was reported out has been strike, replace. Amendment on yellow is replacing the committee amendment that you all worked last session.
Okay, thank you. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, there's probably a conversation that we could benefit from, but it strikes me that that it wouldn't be inappropriate to reference the fact of the executive order in the whereas clauses, because that's not something that carries through but we could kind of reconcile that with its intentionality not to be duplicative in the whereas clauses to make that abundantly clear. That would be a simple maybe solution here, that we to say that whereas this executive order did this and we now want to put this in statute, that I think would do the trick. But I would ask, with your permission, Mr. Chair, for the sponsor to come forward.
That was our very next move.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. So Teresa Purse, Senate District 25, sponsored this amendment. Thank you again for the unanimous report that sent this along its way. This bill did land on the governor's desk. It got caught up in the end of session and was held with a bunch of bills that were held. But the governor, after that period, I contacted her and she's like, look, I really want this to happen and I'm going to do an executive order, which I was like, great. There's been amazing work done through DECD. This thing is kind of up and running. We've got lots of great federal stuff coming with tech firms. This is working and glad we got it going, honestly, which is great. But now we're in this sort of moment where don't know who the next governor will be. Maybe some people would keep it going. Others might with an executive order, but it felt right to bring it back to here and codify it in statute. We have, with the help of Mo Terry, who's in DECD, we have been in contact with the governor's office to talk about this when we would enact this, if she would rescind the executive order. I think I don't have an answer to that yet, but I'm cautiously optimistic that that's what would happen. I like the whereas clause as a possibility as well. I don't think this needs to be an emergency bill did you say it was emergency? Yeah, I'm not sure it needs to be done as an emergency bill. Right? Why not? Like what's the fun if we don't have to get all those votes? But that's up to the discretion of the committee. So that's kind of where we are and why we want to do this. And I just, again, really appreciate the unanimous vote that this did receive. And, she did a great executive order and it's working. And I'm sure sometime if you want to have everyone come back and share with you all the good news at your leisure when you're not really busy, we could make that happen. I do have a handout of some information if you want about what's happened in the interim, but it's up to you. So.
Would be happy to have the handout. Can our clerk assist? Chair Gear.
And thanks all they're passing out the handout. And so I was curious, seeing that the center already theoretically exists and there's a different approach to, say, an interim report. So is the status currently that there is, for example, a board appointed, like all those things that are sort of preliminary to updating us on how things are going? have those happened or have they not happened?
There are members of the advisory board that have been appointed and are up and running. The governors did that. There are a couple seats open on it, I believe, as they, transition through what industries need to be. And it's kind of, it's flexible and nimble, I guess would be a good way to describe that. But I don't know, are you talking about this interim report?
Correct. I'm just asking
Yeah.
about, the idea that 180 days after all the members have been appointed, et cetera,
Mhm.
then update. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what the status of those things happening is. So that we
Right.
can all expect a report.
That, I mean, hasn't happened yet. We can certainly, I think we could play around with dates when we felt like you wanted something to come back in statute, if you wanted something to come back. But we could also, I don't know. Not all the board members have been appointed quite yet, but almost all of them. So.
Further questions for the bill sponsor? Yep. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. I'm always leery of emergency measures
Yeah.
in the House. So I'm assuming that the reason you're saying we don't need an emergency measure is because it's already been enacted because of the executive order. And so she could wait to withdraw that until the 90 days after anyway.
Exactly. Once we adjourned and it became law.
And it became law,
We would
yeah.
want, but I think we would try to get some real commitment, something that we all knew was going to happen. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
so-
thank you.
Any further questions for the bill sponsor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Pleasure to
questions
see you
for the
all.
analyst? Is the committee ready for a motion? Senator Bennett.
I'd like to move on to pass as amended. I'd like to keep the emergency clause, at least, we can always take it off if this shoals ahead, but this bill already got it approved without dissent once, and this is kind of tapered back. This center's up and going. I can't imagine it'd be opposition to this, but I would like to add a whereas clause, as I suggested, which would reference the executive order and plainly state that this is to put into statute the intentionality of that executive order so that it can be ongoing and continuing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Representative Cullimore.
For the purposes of understanding what happens in the House, I will not be supporting the motion with the emergency measure, but will have a minority report that's the same exact thing minus the emergency measure.
I have a question for Senator Bennett and would you consider that a friendly amendment?
Well, I thought it was a minority report.
Well, okay, but would
I
you
mean,
consider it as a friendly
I
amendment?
just think that, this is a dynamic process and I think there's some benefits in getting this like as an emergency bill. And I don't want to presuppose opposition that hasn't reared its head before on this. Maybe I'm missing some history here, but I don't think I saw any. And so, if it's rough going, we can always put an amendment forward to remove the emergency measure. I'd rather do that than come out with a divided report and try to get this thing stood up soonest. If there's the will of the committee to do it without an emergency, I'm fine with that too.
Representative Mellon.
Thank you. I was just gonna say it seems to me like it would be really unnecessary to have a divided report on a bill we agree on. So I don't particularly care one way or the other whether there's an emergency preamble or not. I will note that the bill sponsor indicated that it didn't need one. So I think I would just encourage the two voices who have expressed differing points of view on that to maybe work it out, so that we can hopefully get a unanimous report here.
Ms. Pat.
Promote it.
Or not.
Very kind of you.
I did want to take just one moment. There was a flow and I didn't want to interrupt it. I wanted to note that in drafting the sponsor's proposed amendment, because there is already a resolve that established the center, the drafting approach that I took after consulting with the director of OPLA, Director Fox, was to mirror the language of the executive order as close as possible to minimize any inconsistencies with the language in the proposed amendment and what has been enacted under as an executive order. Bearing that in mind, what the yellow sheet and what is in front of you, there are a number of drafting considerations that if this if the committee wants to put this in allocated language, I did want to make you aware that there are sections of this this bill that are not typically is drafted in a way that is not typically done, and there is language that is not typically found in allocated language. For example, if we look at section 1 of the bill, under establishment and purpose, paragraph F, support the successful launch of the shared lab infrastructure awarded through MTI's 2025 RFP, ensuring that it is integrated into Maine's broader economic development framework. That is just an example of, we kept it in the proposed amendment because we wanted it to be close to the executive order. So something the committee may want to consider in voting and tasking me with drafting any future amendment would be bringing the language that is provided in the amendment to the drafting standards that we typically use. And part of that, which Senator Bennett has discussed and which the sponsor also mentioned, was a conversation with the administration about how these two centers would interact with it being established in codified language and the executive order. Just something to consider.
Senator Bennett, does that adjust your motion?
You mean in terms of changing?
Does that
the
does that
language?
information, changing
The
impact?
language? I mean, I'm happy to, I mean, this bill, we approve this, it's going to be, go to language and run through the revisor statutes office. And I think there's probably several things that are going to come back. I would suggest maybe what we do is we vote preferably on my motion, and then we come back and then we can, take further action or language review if necessary. And I'd be happy to reconsider my, my sense of urgency of like, actually, when people agree on something that's building, I think we should like celebrate it. So, but if it's gonna be a problem, then I would say, I'm happy to go back to what is real instead of what is ideal.
So I take that double check. I'm gonna go into terrible territory of trying to summarize what I think I heard, but I think I heard the expectation that you will be meeting modern standard or current standards in the final language review.
That was my understanding as well. So
Okay.
I will draft, we'll come back to language review. I'll identify the areas that have been updated. And then Senator Bennett, I believe, would be open to having if it warrants a conversation of the
Right.
language and what has changed.
We'll take that part out. I want to make sure that you're on with that. Okay, thank you. Chair Gear.
And just to put a fine point on the key issue of, it seems to me that if it's possible to say, this center exists already by executive order, and this bill is intended to codify that into statute, based on, again, the language that you'll provide, like, that just seems to me the cleanest way to do it. Is that possible? And does that align with what we've been discussing?
So if I understand your question, yes, I will draft this, bring the language into the standards that drafting uses, and keep it as close as to what is already established through the executive order.
I guess I'm specifically asking about the concept of, it's a very simple thing. This thing was already established by executive order. All we're doing is putting it in statute, like that piece of it, is that feasible to do?
Yes, through this amendment, yeah.
Please.
Yeah. And regardless of whether this is an emergency clause and that phrase is part of the emergency clause, we can always put a whereas clause at the front end, right? As unallocated language that is just contextual and it doesn't actually fall into the statute. So I think we could do that to register legislative intent.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes, you can also do that.
Is the committee ready for a vote? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass as amended. And the amendment is the yellow sheet. Was there another part to that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. Moved and seconded.
Great. On the motion ought to pass as amended, Representative Mingo.
Yes.
Voting yes, Representative Mingo, Representative Mallon,
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes, Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett voting yes, Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes, Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes, Representative Collmore.
No.
Representative Collmore voting no, Representative Julia.
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes, and Representative Eater.
Yes.
Representative Eater voting yes. And the dissenting report.
Ought to pass as amended, making the technical changes you need to make and removing the emergency clause.
Thank you.
Oh, adding in the unallocated whereas as well, without it being the emergency.
7 in favor.
Yep. Thank you. And with that, we will close the work session for LD 1643 and thank the bill sponsor. So. Let's see here. Oh, I thought you were asking. Yeah. We'll now open up the work session for LD 1908. And I'll ask our analysts to remind us where we stand.
Sure. So if you open up your folders, I believe the clerk also handed out the handout that I have for you during the lunch break. So it should be one of the first documents in your folder. It is just a copy of there should be 2 things. So one of them is, as requested, the committee amendments and their attached fiscal notes from when the IDEA committee worked the bill in the 132nd, first. Yeah. And there also should be a copy of my notes that I was going to go over, and I figured it might be easiest if you also have a copy of the notes that I'm referring to. So I will get started.
Are those, is that this?
Yeah, so it's very
Okay.
my
great.
talking notes that I go
Thank you.
over, but I figured you guys want that in front of you. And then also the packet that has my handwriting on the top that says Committee Amendment A.
Mhm.
And then in that packet is the Committee Amendment A, its fiscal note, and the Senate amendment that it received, and then Committee Amendment B and its fiscal note. And that can all be found in this packet, which should be on one of the top pages in your folder. So again, this is the work session for LD 1908, an act to require the cooperation of original manufacturer of electronic devices to facilitate the repair of those devices by device owners and independent repair providers. Bill sponsored with Senator Tipping. I'll read the summary of the bill here, and that is not included on that notes sheet, but the bill requires that beginning January 1, 2026, an original equipment manufacturer of digital electronic equipment sold or in use in the state on or after July 2021 is required to make available on fair and reasonable terms to any independent repair provider or owner of those digital electronic equipment any documentation, parts, or tools required for the diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of the equipment. Under the bill, an independent repair provider is a business engaged in diagnosing, maintaining, and repairing digital electronic equipment, but is not the original equipment manufacturer or a business licensed by the original equipment manufacturer. The most recent work session, and I've switched back over to reading off that white sheet of paper that I provided you all, was January 22nd, at which the committee voted to table the bill. potential amendments the committee discussed at the previous work session. The amendments provided in various pieces of testimony included in the bill analysis that you all received. Again, that should be the blue packet that's in your folders there. The committee also discussed changing the implementation date provided in section 1500Z subsection 1, and I believe that was Senator Curry who brought that up. Also, the committee discussed further defining better replacement and readily available, which are used in the suggested amendment from the sponsor. That language can be found on page 2 of the bill analysis. I did want to note that the bill analysis provided drafting considerations for these terms. Representative Gear requested sample language for the committee to consider, which I provided below. So the original equipment manufacturer provides at no additional charge an equivalent or better replacement digital electronic equipment. The replacement digital electronic equipment must be made available to the owner or independent repair provider within X number of business days. And again, that is just sample language that Representative Gear requested be provided. Additional information requests. Representative Gear requested alternative definitions of trade secret used in statute. The one that I provided and the only one that I could find was found under the Uniform Trade Secrets Act. And under that section of law, trade secret means information including but not limited to a formula, pattern, compilation, program, device, method, technique, or process that derives independent economic value, actual or potential, from not being generally known to and not being readily ascertainable by proper means by other persons who can obtain economic value from its disclosure or use, and is subject of efforts that are reasonable under the circumstances to maintain its secrecy. So that's kind of a catch up of where we are and where we have been. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the analyst? I do have a question. I'm trying to, just in terms of the implementation date, what was our relative from the first bill? How much time had we given from implementation to from passage to implementation? Was it a year? Because it was in the first session that we passed this, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. So we would be looking out like 20, like if we were
Yeah,
trying to,
you
if
could
we were
just
trying to
bump it out.
parallel that, would we be saying 2028?
Yes,
January?
We're in 2026.
Yes, we
So,
are.
2027.
It would be because we did it the second, was this bill the first session or the second session?
It was so it was second session.
It was second session. I see. All right. 7, let's put the implementation. Chair Gear, you had a question?
Oops, I'm sorry. I'm having paper juggling
There's
problems. Sorry, I had
many
it. and now
papers.
I lost it. So my question, I appreciate the language and the examples that you provided. So thank you for that, Ms. Patton. And I'm just trying to, with regard to trade secret, the thing I'm trying to make sure that we're thinking about is companies being able to say, oh, you can't do that because it's a trade secret when it's not really clear that it's a trade secret. So I think the economic value piece of that being called out is helpful. And I'm wondering, does this definition align with federal, sort of FTC kind of how they view this concept as well?
To answer that question, I perhaps would defer to, there's probably somebody in the room who could answer that question.
I'm looking. No one's
No,
jumping.
no, it's like.
Okay, all right. It was around trade secret. Okay.
So, sorry, there's no one who's raising their hand.
I
to
don't think we
answer
have
that.
anyone. in the
I
room.
did just look at the definition, and I think if I'm recalling correctly, this definition of trade secret came out of the committee amendment from last session. And I do believe that the committee at that point, and perhaps Senator Curry or Representative Collmore, could better recall, but I do believe that that definition, we heard from the Attorney General and various other parties, so that definition was developed with the input of the stakeholder group that I referenced and is not behind me.
Can you point to in the packet that you sent from LD 1487 or the amendment where we were addressing trade secret?
Yeah, so if you're looking at the packet, it is going to be on page
you.
4. Letter R.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Collins. You're welcome.
Only spent 2 years on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I talk like a pirate.
Okay, thank you. Okay. If any members have any further questions? Any further discussion? I know there's been a request for caucus. Representative Callamore.
Thank you very much. I'm still really concerned about eliminating our farm equipment when we are such a farming and rural state. When we talk about, and we've heard about nonstop for, I can't even keep track of the number of years now. People wanting the right to repair anything that they own, and they should have that right to repair anything that they own whenever they want. And so excluding certain items from being able to be part of this law requiring, I'll say farm all because they're super old, to be required to give that information, I think is short-sighted on our part. Now, if the thing that we're trying to focus on is only the electronic devices that we carry around with us, like our phones and our tablets and our laptops, then shouldn't we just say phones, laptops, and tablets so that we don't have to have a laundry list of exclusions, especially when some of the exclusions like farming utility tractors, farm implements, farm machinery, et cetera, those aren't even defined in statute anywhere. So we're excluding something that we don't have a definition for, which we had discussed last time all of this came through. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that those things were out there. The report B was it? Yeah, that's in the white packet. That was the one that was passed as the minority report last time that clearly defined what is under this law. Personal, digital, electronic equipment or equipment means hardware product that is one, computer, cellular, telephone, or tablet sold at retail for personal, household, family, or office use, has a wholesale price, et cetera, et cetera. And
You are.
yeah, sorry, in the white packet, page 3 of committee amendment, B. And that's letter K. So anyway, I just want to, when we're all in our own caucus group areas, for consideration as we discuss this moving forward, I am incredibly uncomfortable leaving out farm equipment when I represent the dairy capital of the state of Maine. And I know I don't say it very much. This year is a different year for me, but it is still something that's at my forefront.
Representative Julia.
I also agree about farm equipment. That was one of the things that stood out when Senator Tipping gave his initial overview, but I'm not sure how we can include that in something that is, like, I do think that this is a good thing to discuss, and it is not going to be convenient to have to discuss it, but what is the difference between farm equipment, which implies to me tractors and large equipment, vehicles and stuff, that separates it from electronic devices. And so I think there is a differentiation, an easy way to differentiate between the two, but whether it's in statute or not, I don't know. You look very confused though. What's up with Senator?
Oh, no, I'm just reading.
Okay.
Thing, I'm
No, he looks very
Oh.
confused.
20 minutes.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Representative Veeder.
I concur with my colleague Representative Calamora. I was excited to think that farm equipment would be included in this, and all of the rejiggering of the bill notwithstanding, I would like to see those electronics included.
Thank you. So, before we go into caucus, I'm just gonna be telegraph where, I believe the discussions are, and if anyone wants to have those discussions before caucus or after caucus, that's fine. The question around, is there an exclusion or limitation to business and business to government? Is there a water quality testing exclusion if there isn't a business to government exclusion? Parts pairing, I still have questions about parts pairing. Matter of fact, I may ask if someone's available to speak about an email that we got on that. Leased equipment. I think we, like other areas that I've had questions. The sold by or in use by date, which is 2021. That it applies to everything covered in this is currently listed as sold by or in use by 2021. And then I'm still not clear on better replacement or equivalent, better replacement or readily available. And so I'm going to just kind of go at some of these things right now. And Representative Julia, well, I have my question. Who is available to speak on the concerns around parts pairing or the amendment that was proposed around parts pairing?
Yeah.
I have that lady right here. Could you come on up? And if you could introduce yourself.
My name is Susan Tevnin, and I represent Xerox Corporation,
Mhm.
and we did send you some information regarding parts pairing.
Mhm.
And we want to be very clear that we support right to repair. We've been doing right to repair for 30 years.
Mhm.
We do all the things that your bill says we should do, documentation, parts, tools, etc. The issue for us is that these right to repair bills are now incorporating parts pairing requirements.
Mhm.
Imaging devices are unique in that we are subject to US federal code and mandates from law enforcement and various agencies at the federal level regarding anti-counterfeiting and anti-terrorism that require traceability, of which parts pairing is a component of that structure.
Mhm.
So we are not looking to be carved out of a bill for a right to repair. We do it. What we're asking you to do is recognize the unique qualities of imaging devices and make it clear with our wording that we are not subject to the parts pairing provisions only of the bill,
Mhm.
because we cannot certify, we have to certify the ability to trace with certain parts.
That's helpful. Representative Calamore, thank you.
If we had a provision in there, because there may be other devices that are similar to
Mhm.
that, but if there were a provision in there that said something along the lines of, and Sophie can help me better with legal language, of does not interfere with any federal compliance laws or whatever that is, to ensure that we're not exempting you, but we're saying that any part that has to do with what you have to do
Mhm.
for the federal requirements would be exempted because it would be counter to the federal law. I think I'm making sense.
No, understandable. I think you could do it that way. The only issue is, are you bringing in too much that you don't realize? Because I don't know what else is out there. I can only speak to the fact that we are subject to these, anti-counterfeiting and anti-terrorism requirements.
Yeah, please.
I guess, and this is probably more for the committee part, but I guess what I'm thinking with this is that we're also hearing this with some other like water testing and things like that, where they have different federal requirements that they're asking us to carve them out because of it. But if we put something in there, this would help Xerox and other imaging and potentially the other areas.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Tiverton, do you have specific language that you would like to present to the committee, and where would it go?
So we submitted it in the documentation that we
I don't have that in
provided.
front of me, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and we were suggesting that at section 1500Z, the right to repair, adding 2D, which would say that this is in the parts.
Could you
pairing.
just bear with me for a moment?
my-
So are you familiar with the document that we're all looking at? This.
Yes.
And can you reference it by page or something?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just had a
That
note
might
of
be the old
the.
document.
Oh, was the,
Yeah, the current bill.
maybe I should get on the right document rather than
That's
ask
okay.
you to get on. I got confused from the front end, apparently. Is it this one?
1453, that's still 1487, so let's see. We want to get
Bear
to
with me.
the
No,
bill,
no
the actual
worries.
bill.
Thank you.
Oh, the bill.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Should be like a folded booklet.
yeah.
Got it. I'm familiar with the bill. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know we were still on the bill, so I got confused there. So it's what page of the bill?
It's in the parts.
Thank you.
pairing.
Page 4, right to repair
Yes.
1500Z.
Yes.
I'm with you.
So we're suggesting adding a 2D that simply says, nothing in this subsection shall be construed to prohibit parts pairing of print imaging devices.
Okay.
So again, we'll
Thank
be
you.
subject to the bill, and with that minor adjustment, we're supportive of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I saw that in your testimony, and does that also create as you explained it, you tailored it to complying with federal requirements around, but that what you're suggesting in the legislation could open it up again for parts pairing for imaging devices for any reason, right? Like if you're not trying to comply with the federal requirement, doesn't that language would then allow an electronic device that does imaging to essentially circumvent the intent of the right to repair, even when it's not related to I'm not even using the right words anymore,
I
complying with federal requirements.
Yes, I understand where you're heading with
Yeah.
that. That was our suggested language, is also based on the bill, a bill in Pennsylvania
Mhm,
that has that language as a carve out.
mhm,
I will also tell you that Colorado passed a bill with parts pairing.
mhm.
We didn't object to right to repair until it started to have parts pairing. We missed Colorado. It was passed. We have since met with the Attorney General there. They have agreed that they will not enforce against print imaging devices until such time as we can get the law technically corrected.
Mhm.
And they have signaled that they will support a technical correction on it.
So if we said imaging devices when you're complying with those federal requirements,
Yes, and
would that be fine?
That's fine. And I cited the US code that
Okay.
we're under.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so
Any
much.
other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Representative Julia, was there another person that you that would be helpful? Because we had another question around parts pairing.
Just one second, okay? I pull it up. I get from keeping notes on my phone.
Is there a representative from Repair Done Right? I think
Yes.
that was the,
Jan, I believe, right?
thank you. Welcome, and thank you for helping us walk through this.
Thank you. For you. I believe you all received this email from Dusty Brighton, Dan Riley. So I'm pinch hitting for him. He testified at your public hearing and has sent you some email trying to provide the committee with some updated information about other states, other jurisdictions who have taken up and enacted similar right to repair laws. So I'll wait until you've got the document in front of you. So you see that this email from Monday of this week, January 26th, from Dusty Brighton. on behalf of the Repair Done Right Coalition. And so if you look, there are two suggested amendments to the parts pairing prohibition in LD 1908. The first in bold would be with respect to calibration and service records. And so I didn't draft this, but you can see the lines, the attempt by Mr. Brighton to assist your analyst with where it would go in the bill. But this would add an exception for calibration and service records to the proposed prohibition against parts pairing. And parts pairing, if you don't understand it, which I am not going to pretend I do completely, but it is essentially a software mechanism by which the manufacturers ensure that the device is going to work properly when a substitute part is used as a replacement. And so in two circumstances, parts pairing is necessary. One, as I said, in calibration and service records. So if you read the suggested language, the use of parts pairing to enable a covered product to record, catalog, and display information related to repairs done on that covered product. So that's essentially just allowing the software to notify the fact that this repair and catalog the fact that this repair has been done.
So I want to just make sure I understand what you're asking for or what is being proposed, not you, but I recognize you didn't write this. So one of the complaints was that we're using parts pairing. There's a perfectly good screen and it's not the manufacturer's screen. They use it, but the software prevents it from working because it doesn't recognize it. And you know, the concern that the manufacturers are using their power to prevent repair. This would not prevent the repair or reduce the functioning. It would just record that, hey, this is a thing that is not ours. You know that, and we're recording that you now have a screen that's not a manufacturer's screen. Is that what it's looking to do?
It is, but if you look at the second suggested amendment down below, that speaks specifically to the question that you're asking, Senator, I believe. So there's an explanation in the paragraph below the bolded calibration service record or the proposed amendment language. That explains what calibration does. I'll leave that to you. This is cloud-based calibration that needs to be done essentially in order to ensure that the phones don't have to be giant boxes. The first one I had was literally, this big. It was like a lunchbox. They have to put some of the data in a cloud-based system in order to be able to reduce the size and weight of the device itself. The second suggested amendment goes directly to the issue that you're asking about, Senator. So this proposed exemption, which would allow parts pairing, but only for standalone biometric components for authentication purposes on a covered product. And then this is something that Representative Julia and I talked about earlier. Which components are not bundled in commonly replaced parts? It goes directly to your question, Senator. Not bundled in commonly replaced parts such as a device's screen, keyboard, ports, or battery. All of those are the types of repairs that you heard at the public hearing from the proponents that they want to be able to make, and they don't see any reason why they shouldn't be able to make those. And that's something that Mr. Brighton's coalition supports. But when you're thinking about authentication, you're talking about facial recognition, you're talking about your, your fingerprint type thing. So you can still replace the screen, but you got to have the parts pairing software to be able to continue to allow those privacy and safety mechanisms like facial recognition or fingerprint to work. Because one of the major points that the coalition provided you with at the hearing, and Mr. Brighton includes in his email to you, is that they highly recommend that anytime you go in to any repair shop to have any of your personal devices repaired, never, ever give them your passcode.
Right.
And that's why the facial recognition and the authentication piece of this is important from the cloud-based software parts pairing.
Great.
I hope that answers your question.
We're wading into it, so we're,
Yeah.
like, bring me more questions, but they're not formed yet. Yes, Representative Julia.
Thank you. So I feel like there is a fundamental something, like I'm missing something here. Is parts pairing prohibited in Senator Tipping's legislation?
Yeah,
It is.
yeah.
At this point, I've like, where is it prohibited? Page 4, okay.
Page 4.
I'm missing things from my folder, so do you mind if I look at yours, Amanda?
Yeah, if you look at lines 33, so under proposed section 1500Z, right to repair, line 33, subsection 2, prohibited uses of parts pairing. So that language from 33 down to 43. So the suggested language, as I understand it, was included in the Connecticut right to repair law that was recently enacted. And these two exceptions to the prohibition against parts pairing, which is included in that language from lines 33 to 43, that's what the coalition is asking you to consider. And for those reasons. So I'm not a tech guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll do the best I can to answer your questions.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much. Oh, Representative Gear, Chair Gear.
Representative Julia?
Turn off your mic, please.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of information. And I guess I think just with regard to that replacing secure component, I'm just not understanding which components are not bundled in commonly replaced parts. So could you just explain? Because my read is that means a screen, keyboard, ports, battery don't typically include or are bundled with any kind of security technology. And therefore, those are fine. I don't know what else, there might be other things that someone wants to repair, and I'm not sure what the parts are that would be typically bundled with security technology.
My understanding, Representative, is the same as yours, is that the reason that this language on proposed line 49 are not bundled in commonly replaced parts, that's to ensure and allow for the screen, the keyboard, the ports, or the battery to be replaced. And that for purposes of those component parts of the devices, screen, keyboard, port, or battery, that this exception to the parts pairing prohibition isn't going to apply. So it is language that intends to be very specific to only deal with this software piece of the, essentially, in this case, the privacy and security aspect of the
And
device.
I appreciate that. And the question that's begging for me is, what are the components that do have that technology bundled? I just want to make sure that we're not opening,
Yeah.
because I get it. What you said was very clear on these pieces. I'm just saying, if we don't know where those, what's the fingerprint reader attached to, for example, or where does that happen? Is it software? Is it some other component that you need in there? And for me, that clarity would be kind of necessary to really be able to evaluate this proposal.
I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you that the purpose of this particular language is to deal specifically with the concern about the bundling that you heard about at the hearing, where the device is basically made useless. That's not the intent of these two exceptions. So I can do what I can to try to get you a better answer, but I can't get that for you today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Appreciate your time and attention.
I think that wraps up the questions I had. I'm going to recommend we take the corner caucus. Yeah. We'll check in. Check in about 20 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back. We're starting up and wondering where the committee is and if we have a motion.
I have a motion. Oh, I have a motion.
Chair Curry.
Let's see. Ought to pass as amended, with the amendment being the bill sponsor's suggested amendment from page. You should really have page numbers. Add a provision that excludes an original equipment manufacturer from providing independent repair provider, owner or owner documentation, parts and tools if the original equipment manufacturer provides an equivalent or better readily available replacement digital electronic equipment at no charge to the owner. To add that, to add an exclusion for the print imaging sector when required to comply with the laws related to the anti-terrorism and the anti-counterfeiting, and if you could reference those. And then to exclude water quality testing equipment. And that's it.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Oh, go ahead.
Is there any discussion from the committee? We have a motion on the floor. Representative Collmore.
Thank you. While I support most of those changes, I cannot support exempting farm equipment from the law. I think if you own the piece of farm equipment, you should be allowed to fix it, and it shouldn't be excluded from your ability to get all of that information so that you can fix it. And because farm equipment is not defined in law, are we talking about augers, trailers, anything that could potentially ever be used on a farm, which then increases the amount of things that could be excluded? So anyway, I will not be supporting the motion, current motion on the floor.
Thank you. Other discussion? Representative Mingo.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Representative Collmore. I have to vote no only because of that stipulation, though I agree with everything else that's been amended here. But I know in my district it's very important.
Thank you. Representative Golick.
I just want to ask a quick question. And asking my colleague, I guess, like, it sounds like you support everything that's in here except with like the farm stuff in. But isn't that a bill that you could bring back to? And still support, well, because we can get some good things going and then come back and finish the good stuff. I just did it on 2 bills today, so. Yeah.
We're
Thank you.
actually discussing this particular bill today, so we're focused on LD 1908. But thanks for the discussion. Senator Curry.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the farm equipment side to that and say I respect that, and the intent is there. I honor the bill sponsor's kind of strategy question of trying to get this passed and coming back at the farm equipment question. I think a good senator once shared with me what's the most important skill as a senator, and I said listening, and he laughed at me. He said, "Ha." He said, "No, it's counting. Do you have the votes?" And I think the bill sponsor, is kind of aware of where the votes are to get this passed and be able to come back. And so I understand the intent, and I support that, but I do support the motion I put forward.
Any other discussion? Is the committee ready for the vote? The clerk will come to the table and call the roll.
For the motion not to pass as amended, Representative Mingo, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Mingo voting no. Representative Mallon?
Yes.
Representative Mallon voting yes. Representative Golick?
Yes.
Representative Golick voting yes. Senator Bennett?
Yes.
Senator Bennett voting yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry voting yes. Representative Gear?
Yes.
Representative Gear voting yes. Representative Collmore?
No.
Representative Collmore voting no. Representative Julia?
Yes.
Representative Julia voting yes. With 2, 3, 4, 5.
So that
6 in favor.
is 1, 2, 3. 7 votes.
6.
6 in favor and 2 opposed.
Not other.
2, I'm sorry. And Representative Collmore, what is your report?
So I support the amendments that were provided in the senator's amendment. I also want to make sure that we address that equivalent or newer instead of better language. And then I would like to strike the exemption for farm equipment.
Representative Mingo?
Yes, lots of deliberations. I agree with Representative Collmore. So
Thank you.
Ought to pass as amended. Great, thank you.
And we're finished with LD 1908. So I'll close the work session and hand the chair back over to Senator Curry.
Thank you. And it looks like we have language review or announcements.
You have language review. It is not a complicated one.
Okay.
And Sandlin will hand it out and I will talk to you about it. So this is LD 2079, which I believe you voted on Tuesday. This is an act to amend the laws governing municipal reporting on residential buildings. This was Representative Gear's bill. It was a divided report, but you voted ought to pass, straight ought to pass. The fiscal note is in and there is no fiscal note, so it is a straight ought to pass. And once all the signatures are received, it will be ready to report out.
Does anyone have an issue?
Yes, that we used all this paper.
Yeah. All right, seeing no issues. Please make sure to sign that so we can move it along. There is a bit of a competition to get bills out to the floor. We
We're doing really good.
we would April 15th. What's our date of
17th.
adjournment? 17th.
Statutory adjournment is the 17th.
That's not what they said in the Senate.
Oh, it's 15th. Sorry.
I don't know.
Never look at me for scheduling.
Yeah. Excellent. Seeing no, so looks like it's in good shape. Anything else? Great. And we will motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So move.
Have a good evening. Good weekend.